Good morning, all the respected faculty members who have joined us today at this online FDP on OC and MCS organized by Board of Studies of ICAI. The speaker for the sessions today is CA Subi Balasubramaniam sir. Sir has already joined with us. Welcome to you, sir. I will take this opportunity to introduce Subi sir to all our faculty members who have joined. CA Subi Balasubramaniam is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and associate of the Institute of Cost and Works Accountants of India. He is well versed with the commercial, financial, and secretarial aspects of the business and with specialization in international taxation, mergers and acquisition, and organizational strategy, besides a keen interest in human relations. He is a well sought out speaker and has spoken in a variety of industry forums, CII, on various topics relating to finance and technology. So with this, I would request Subi sir to start with your deliberations for the day, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Rita ji, and a warm welcome to all the faculty who have taken time out to join today's session. I'll be with you till 1:30, and we will explore the various topics that have been given to me. Broadly, the first one is on ICA Advantage. The second one is on adult learning principles, and the third one is on how emotional intelligence impacts education. Now, I'll just set some basic ground rules. This will be highly participative. I will not be using a PPT unless I'll be using it towards the end of the session, so that to kind of summarize our learnings, because then it becomes very dreary broadcasting rather than having a full class participation. The second rule is that you'll see a button called reactions. That is button number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, next to AI Companion and into apps. So if you click on reactions, there is raise your hand. So if you want to say something, just raise your hands and I'll call out, and then we can have a lot of interaction. I promise you, I will be challenging you. I'll be making it interactive, and we really wouldn't know how fast the time lapsed. The third rule is that I'm not so good in a language other than English and Bangla. I speak Bengali fluently, and my Hindi is a bit scratchy. So do pardon me. I'm not very good in Hindi, but I will try my level best to switch between both the languages, because you can speak whichever languages you're comfortable in, preferably English. But if you're comfortable in Hindi, I'm okay with it. I'm perfectly okay with it. We have all come to learn, even though, I qualified 40 years back. 1983 is when I qualified as a chartered accountant. And the journey has been a very interesting one. And still, I'm just a student. Maybe I can still say that I got a lot to learn. And I've been part of ICAI GMCS faculty. I'm based out of Pune. My apologies. I've been telling everybody to add this thing. I myself not have done it. I'm so sorry about that. I'm based out of Pune, and my last assignment was as CFO of Zensar Technologies, which is a mid-tier IT company based out of Pune, and that's where I was last for 12 years. Out of my 33-year career, I was CFO for 22 years in listed companies. I worked essentially in Calcutta, where I started my career with Dunlops. And then I moved to Lucknow, where I worked with a company called India Polyfibers in polyester. Then I shifted base to Cochin, where I was the head of finance for a company called Harrison's Malayalam Limited. and then shifted to Bombay, where I worked as Vice President Finance for um, RPG Life Sciences. Then in 2004-5, I moved to Pune and I peacefully retired in 2017 as CFO. I was CFO for good 12 years of that company. So today we start with the introduction of what is the ICAI advantage. This has been specifically requested for by the Board of Studies because I see a lot of people who are CAs, and they must be fairly well aware, but in the GMCS and OCS, we are training people for ultimately to qualify as chartered accountants. And their own understanding of what the institute does or what the institute stands for and the background is very important for them to understand. And in the larger scheme of things, the grand scheme of things, how you fit in as a faculty. So let me kind of, without much ado, start my first presentation, which is on the. I hope you can see my PPT. I can see mine, so presumably you'll be able to see it. The legacy shaping professionals. See, this is the broad agenda: an introduction to ICAI, the history of ICAI, the mission of ICAI, the role in shaping the accounting professionals, the educational programs, global recognition, and conclusion. In my, maybe it'll take about 15-20 minutes, I will try to give you as to what ICAI does. And you'll be very, even if you're a qualified accountant, even if you're a member of the institute, a lot of these things which I'm trying to tell you today will come as a surprise. So let's start off. ICAI was established on 1st July 1949 under the CA Act by an act of parliament. So, it's a body that is set up by the government, and his headquarters is out of New Delhi with regional offices across the country. The primary objective is to regulate the profession of CAs and establish high standards of professional competence and promote practices. Therefore, it is found under what is known as the Chartered Accountants Act 1949. There's a body of legislation behind this, which has various governance and rules and by rules. It was inaugurated by Shri C.D. Deshmukh, the first governor of Reserve Bank of India. And one of the highlights was establishing the Accounting Standards Board in 1977. And we became the full member of the International Federation of Accountants in 1977. The institute functions, as I told you, it's a government body under the administrative control of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. So, as you're aware, the government is split between various ministries, each specializing in one specific area. So we come under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, like SEBI and so many other regulatory bodies in this country.
Sir, if you could put it on a slideshow, sir, bigger screen.
I will do that. I'm sorry. Yeah, my apologies. I should have done that earlier.
It's okay. Thank you,
It's
sir.
here.
Yes, sir.
It has now completed 75 years. In fact, year number 75, 1st July is CA's Day. There's going to be a big bang celebration on that, I presume. So we have completed 75 years of glorious service to nation. Now, what do you mean by that? The headquarters is in Delhi, but it is divided into 5 regions: North, West, East, South, and Central. Typically, in India, we kind of split everything region-wise. With the regional offices, which is called the NIRC for Northern Indian Regional Council, WARC, and EARC, SARC, and things like that. So the Northern Indian Regional Council is out of New Delhi. The Western Indian Regional Council is at Bombay. East one is in Calcutta, which became Kolkata. The south one was in Madras, which became Chennai. And the central one is in Kanpur, which of course was always Kanpur. I met a lady today. She's from Kanpur. Interestingly, I started out my life as being member of the EIRC in Calcutta. And then I went to Lucknow, where I was a member of the CIRC, Central India. Then I went to Cochin, which comes under Southern Indian Regional Council. And then now I am with WIRC, Western Indian Regional Council. So other than North, I've been in all the four regions. ICI is also represented overseas. We have 47 overseas chapters. There was also a participant here from Dubai. We have a chapter there. There are 34 representative offices. So in all, we are present in 81 cities and 47 countries in the world. It's quite impressive network. I'm sorry for the font, but the whole idea is ICIA. The important thing to realize here is this number, 172 branches. So we have the regions. Under the regions, we have these branches. So we have 172 branches in the country, of which Central region is 51 branches. I think Central region has got the highest number of branches, Eastern the lowest, and Northern 24, WIRC is 37, and Southern region is 46. Why these branches are important is because this is where the last mile delivery takes place. You must also understand, today we are in the age of digital, where by a WhatsApp or by email, or not even that, you go to the website, you can download everything. Those days, everything was disseminated through the branches, the study material. The students had to necessarily contact the branch for all their administrative issues. Today, everything, of course, we have digitized in a big way. The other important statistics was that we run this GMCS, ICI runs this GMCS in more than 134 branches. And this is the statistics I picked up. So it's covering pan India. And therefore, you'll see as we move along, we have, in terms of members, that is, if you qualify as a chartered accountant and you pass all those exams and fill, and nowadays everything is kind of correlated one within the other, you become an associate member, and then with a certain number of years of actual industry experience or practical experience, you become a fellow member. A fellow is generally a senior member, and an associate is just anybody from a greenhorn to somebody who's been there for, I think it's 7 years or 8 years. I really don't know the number of years, but just kind of give you a feel. We are divided as between associates and fellow, and this is the statistic as of 1/4/2023, and we were 378,000 members. So 378,000 members as of 1/4/2023, which has slightly gone up. I'll come to the next slide. But the important thing to notice out here is that we have 1,23,823 in the WRC. So Western region has got the maximum number of numbers, where I put my cursor. This is the number that I'm looking. Southern region follows next at 78. Eastern is at 28,000, very low. Central is 74, Northern is 73. So they're all in the ballpark of 75 to 78 or 73 to 78, with a huge gap in Eastern. So This is where the spread of chartered accountants in India as of 2023, and the number of members, this is the latest statistics, June 2024, we are still in June, is, I picked it up from the website, is 4,06,898. So from 3,98,000, we become 4,06,000. So roughly we are adding um, close to about 20,000 chartered accountants. Uh, yeah, 22,000 chartered accountants every year, at least the current what we call beat rate. Now, here is the most important thing. The number of active students is 9,20,474. Now, I was chatting with one of the secretaries of those days SSEB, and he said that we are the world's largest university by any standards. Yes, there's no doubt about it. ICAI is the world's largest university with close to about 9 lakh. I mean, not close. Actually, in 1st June, the statistic says 9,20,474 students pursuing this course. This is the mission statement. Its mission is to promote excellence and uphold the integrity and quality of profession. How do you do that? By regulating practices and ensuring that uniformly members adhere to rigorous ethical and professional standards. See, we are in the business of public trust. As a chartered accountant, we are in the business of public trust. The public trusts us based on our body of knowledge, our behavior, our standards that we adhere to professionally. And it is the job of the institute to ensure that trust is not violated. So, how are we governed? We are self-governed in the sense that there are 32 members who are chartered accountants elected by fellow chartered accountants, just like we had the general election to replace the government, or not replace, get a fresh mandate in. We also have elections. We have 32 members, and 8 members are nominated by the central government. So the apex body is the central council. So there are 32 members elected by the chartered accountants. Remaining 8 are nominated by the central government, representing the CAG, the SEBI, the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Finance, who are the other stakeholders. Now, what do you mean by regulating the profession of accountancy? The core aspect is regulating the profession of accountancy. So we have education as one of the branches. So the ICAI conducts education and examination for the chartered accountancy course. So it follows the entire gamut of setting the syllabus, training giving the necessary inputs to the branches to conduct the classes, and then setting the examination dates, question paper, evaluation, declaring results. That's a major activity. We also have continued professional education. There is a certain minimum number of hours that every chartered accountant has to necessarily go through. And this professional education could be in the form of seminars, meetings, study circles. So I really couldn't get the statistics of the number of study circles in India, but I know in Pune at least there are close to some 10 of different study circles where we go and meet. We invite a speaker to talk on the current professional areas of interest, whether it is in tax or whether it is in legal or whether it is in secretarial, so that we update ourselves with what is happening. uh, then we also have post qualification courses for members. It's not enough that you pass your CA exam and sit happily. No, we have various specialized courses. I myself did, after my retirement, a course in forensics and fraud detection, FAFD as it's called, purely for fun. And there are courses in my student days when I just qualified. I did my diploma in management accounting, which is also a course which I don't think now they offer that. They offer courses in taxation, international taxation, on information security. on a wide range of subject, for which only you have to be a member of the institute to take that course. And then it follows the same thing. You have a lot of learning resources and uh, study materials, and then you give the exam that is conducted by the institute. So you kind of update yourself not only on a regular basis, but also based on these post qualification courses for members. The other function is setting standards. The institute formulates accounting standards which are binding on all members who attest the financial reports or financial statements, as we call it in technical terms. They prescribe specific standard auditing procedures. So anybody auditing the accounts will have to necessarily follow the audit standards as prescribed by the Institute of Chartered Accountants. And it ensures a standard of performance by members and laying down ethical standards. How do you do that? They monitor quality through peer review. The peer review means if I'm a practicing chartered accountant and have audited, say, a listed company, the institute can nominate a peer, that means a fellow member, who can come and check whether I have adhered to certain standards and where is it that I have not met up to the standards, or how I can improve the standard adherence to the various audited standards and various accounting standards. So this is a watchdog function. It exercises disciplinary jurisdiction, financial reporting review, and most importantly, the institute also provides input to policy matters to the government of India. So the institute has a great role in shaping accounting professionals, gives rigorous and comprehensive training programs to ensure high standard of professional expertise. It offers continuous professional development opportunities. I know the FAFD course gets filled up in no time. The CISA course gets filled up in no time. These are all courses which people look forward to. It enforces strict ethical and guidelines and professional standards to maintain the integrity and trustworthy of the profession. It gives a financial leadership to India INC. See, the qualified chartered accountant, freshly or with experience, is in great demand because our competence has generally been respected, and it handles the trust relationships between professionals and stakeholders. CEOs and CFOs and global multinational and transnational corporations, a large majority of them are chartered accountants. Things are changing a little bit, I must confess, but traditionally people who value the importance of a chartered accountant as a CFO still continues. We are in great demand in terms of the multi-skill competence. We have competency in taxation, treasury, uh, accounting, core accounting, indirect taxes, M&A, so and internal audit, controls. These are all the core elements which form the language of business. Finance is the language of business. So you will find there's a huge need for uh, freshly qualified, middle level. So I kind of put through, from my experience, what does a CA do in industry? So at entry level, 0 to 3 years of experience, and they do audit, statutory audit, internal audit, finalization of accounts, financial planning, indirect taxes, GST tax compliance. Roughly 3 years experience, you become ready for mid level, depending on the size of the company. You head a team of chartered accountants doing the above. So typically an internal audit department will have 4 people, 5 people, 10 people, 20 people, depending on the size of the company and nature of operations. So within 3 to 8 years, you will be heading that particular team in a particular function or in a particular location. And then once you become senior, which is 8 to 15 years experience, you become a core member of the finance team. Now, for the whole company, you'll be, say, in charge of taxation, or in charge of internal audit, or you'll be in charge of the treasury, or you'll be in charge of uh, the controllership, as we call the financial accounting. So this is how a career progresses, and roughly 15 to 20 years of experience, you become a CFO. First, you become a general manager or a deputy CFO, then you become a CFO. And roughly everybody's got 33 to 35 years of career after post qualification. It's very rough. So this is how a person career looks like when you join the industry, and this is what these people do. What does a CA in practice do? Interestingly, um, you have practice from depending on the size of the company. There are small companies, medium companies, partnership firms, private limited companies, public listed companies. You have foreign branches, MNCs, banks. So it depends on what's the nature of the firm, how many partners, what is the size, what is the core competencies. Some focus on statutory audit, some focus on internal audit, some focus only on tax, and within tax, some do only representation and litigation or direct taxes, indirect taxes, which is basically GST and customs, international taxes and transfer pricing. Mergers and acquisitions involve fair amount of due diligence and tax structuring, banking and treasury, and consulting. In consulting, we say, okay, we can improve your profits. We can find out where are the cost leakages. How do you improve the cost efficiency? So this is what a person in practice does. This is what a person in industry does. So when you are training people in GMCS, you are preparing a potential chartered accountant to be the manning the as a foot soldier of Indian INC in terms of the various facets of finance, and which is why this GMCS is a very, very important aspect of in a person's training. We will talk about it more as we move along during the rest of the day. We spoke about it. These are the educational courses to uh, strengthen the knowledge base. The institute also publishes a journal which is full of information, a professional journal every month, which is eagerly looked out for. And they decide and they kind of discuss the topic. Like this one was on sustainability, which is perhaps slightly dated, but this is what was the then. Now maybe there's a lot of topics which are currently a rage, like artificial intelligence, technology, climate change, and so on. We are recognized globally, worldwide. I have interacted in more than 18 countries. Wherever we go, we get a lot of respect. We get an acknowledgement. Yes, you are a member of a premier institute. ICA also collaborates with various accounting organizations like International Federation of Accountants, IFAC, and CAPA. Mutual recognition with various institutes like UK, Australia, and Canada. Like if you want to be a member of the UK institute, you have to. They recognize our qualification. We recognize their qualification. Of course, there are certain rules and procedures to follow. International MOUs facilitate global mobility for ICI members. So it's easier for us when we go to various other jurisdictions to work there and get recognized, because a fair amount of compliance requires a certain level of competence of people attesting the financial documents. So, in conclusion, membership offers numerous advantages, including access to comprehensive educational resources, continuous professional development opportunities, and it's a globally recognized qualification. ICA plays a pivotal role in shaping skilled accounting professionals. As the economy gets more and more sophisticated, and as more and more public participation in finance happens, more and more public limited companies, there is an urgent need for financial controls, financial attestation by qualified people. And that is where ICII steps in the form of continuous education, in the form of regulation, in the form of ethical standards. And the extensive network and partnership fostered by ICI further enhances career opportunities and ensures that members remain at the forefront of the accounting profession. Undoubtedly, I'm also a member of the ICMA, but I can tell you that ICII is a premier qualification. during my time, 1980s or late 70s, when I started studying. Uh, while some people did do ICWA, they also ensured that yes, no, we want to be members of both the places, because the reason is, in fact, a lot of people ask me, why did you become members of both the institute? Because India was in a price control regime. India was a license Raj regime, where your focus was on price controls, and therefore your costing systems and adherence to some of those BICP, that is Bureau of Industrial Cost and Prices. So the more focus of core accounting was in ensuring that your costing data, your price data, because everything was controlled. Input prices were controlled, output prices, I mean, the finished product prices was also controlled, whether it was a fertilizer, whether it's pharmaceuticals, steel, cement, you name it. So there was a lot of stress on qualified people understanding the principles of costing, depending on which industry, whether it's a process cost or batch cost and things like that. As the economy opened up, the thing shifted from pricing to more of financial regulation, banking, treasury, share markets, and therefore there's a huge need for highly competent people in some of those more emerging areas of finance. Today, of course, technology, in the technology space itself, I was a CFO of a technology company. I had more than 180 people working, chartered accountants working in technology. We were one of the largest Oracle developers. So, from one end of the spectrum, from core accounting, which is basically transaction based, to the other end, which is using technology for analysis, for reporting, for operating efficiencies, it's a huge chasm. So, this was my quick presentation. The whole presentation was requested because it's extremely important for you, faculty, when you are training the young members of this profession, to understand what is it that you're going to prepare them for. And we universally agree that communication skills is the most crucial. You may have knowledge, but unless you are able to communicate that knowledge, your potential remains forever not mined to the full capacity that it is possible. And the second aspect is obviously industry also requires, as we get more and more globalized, as we get more and more with the Western world, uh, it is expected that we are quite comfortable because India's greatest strength, and to my mind, is the fluency in English. And especially when you're dealing with what we call regulated markets, which is the US, the Europe, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, bulk of the Middle East. Uh, it's extremely important that we are on the same page, and therefore, fluency in English, understanding, articulation is therefore very important. So this was my piece on ICAI. If it was, uh, yeah, surely I will share all my presentations by today, end of today, and thank you very much for that compliment. Any questions, please raise your hand, and then I will move forward and move to the next topic. You can ask me in any language, no problem. Sorry, I correct myself, not any language. The languages I know, which is Hindi, English, Tamil, Bengali, and Malayalam. हाँ जी, अनुराग जी बताइए.
Sir, I am Anurag Joshi from Indore.
Yeah.
Whatever you have said, we already include it in the presentation, but we also add some more things like nowadays, the students are making career in private equity, in investment banking. So like when they go for Morgan Stanley or JP Morgan, and they are not going into the traditional area like direct taxes and indirect taxes and auditing. So we also include that a CA can do these type of jobs as well, and they are also doing industrial training in the articleship period only in these type of companies. So we also include that thing as well, that a chartered accountant can do anything. He can be Mr. Piyush Goyal as a member of parliament, and he can be like Suresh Prabhu Saab also. So we tell the students that a chartered accountancy is a basic graduation course, and it creates a skill in your whole personality, and you can do anything in your life. Even you can be an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Well, no disputes about that. But I'll come to you after I heard from Shri Anantramji.
Good morning. This is Anantram Ganapati from Vizag. So when somebody becomes an ACA, when I tell a student, we don't call it a degree, do we call it a diploma? What do we call it? I know it's a membership, but when I want to project it to a student, you need this qualification of ACA, but ACA is a membership. So is it a degree? Is it a diploma? I just need the clarification on that. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, in many ways, the way I understood, I could be wrong. I'm willing to be clarified. Universities give degrees. Okay. Professional bodies give you diploma. Like if you go to IIM, it's not a degree, it's a diploma. So the ICAI gives you a membership to the institute. Now, if you want to be a member of the club, you have to pay 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, and you become a member. Here, you have to necessarily go through the hoops of articleship, intermediate, final exam, GMCS, IT, and at every stage you have to clear. And competition is severe, and only the best of the best can make it. Of course, we can kind of debate as to whether that has, whether that is enough or what we further need to do to improve the number of people qualifying. And this is an eternal debate. When I passed my exams, 2% passed, and I would suspect the percentage of passing is not really gone much higher than today, though people pass it in various stages. The institute has not diluted the standards. If you really look at, if you look at an IIT or an IMA or the CA Institute, they stand for a certain value because they have been very, very stringent and strict with those standards. And we have benefited. I mean, therefore, um, what the institute is now trying to kind of, they keep on, one other thing is continuous improvement. I will speak more about it in adult language, adult training. But this is the short answer to the question. Now, I would paint a big picture and say that, look, you can get into JP Morgan, or you can get into Morgan Stanley and investment banking. Yes, a certain tiny fraction goes into there because all India, the investment bankers, maybe 100 or 150 investment bankers who are CAs. But yes, in terms of equity analysis, in terms of derivatives, in terms of options, it actually comes as part of the treasury. I didn't get into very specific things, but there again, you need very specific qualification. Along with CA, you got to have a CFA. Along with CA, you got to have an FRM, that is the financial risk management. And of course, being an investment banker, the first requirement is your ability to talk English and, bluff your way through.
No, but I understand that CA has an equivalence with a post graduation. Is that true? Number one. Number two, many of students, the trainees in the orientation and MCS, say they're not even pursuing a basic degree, either a BA or a BCom or whatever. They say it's only CA for me. Is that not a good thing that I just rely only on a CA and not pursue a basic degree? Because we are the country of degrees. Degrees are Dobby marks. I do understand that, but still,
Yeah, somebody has clarified.
it's a concern
UGC
that
is
many
given.
parents also have.
Yeah, Ganpati Saab, we can talk about it, but the issue essentially is it's a professional qualification. That means it's, it's a relative between two people. Like whether you're in, in in the city of Pune or the city of Bombay, there are chartered accountants and chartered accountants. But then on your fingertips, you can count as who are the people who are top class, top notch. Now, how do you define whether it's lawyers or whether it's doctors or whether it is chartered accountants? Moment you say you're a member of a profession, it's a lifelong. Like a lot of people say, yeah, you're retired, but we don't see you retired. I said, no, I'm a lifelong chartered accountant. I never retire. There's no question of retirement in professions. So, the mind shift is to ensure that you become a member of a premium institute, and then continuous learning, you build on those opportunities which they provide, and they provide plenty of opportunities. There's no doubt about it. Plus, and that is what today we will be talking about, how adult learning can improve upon your own skill levels. And there's no end to it. Absolutely no end. I'm telling you, even at the age of 66, I'm still a student. So we can talk about it. Anybody has any reaction?
Thank you
I'll
so
be more
much.
than happy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Anybody has a question or
I
you
just
can
want to
also.
add one point. As far as the one presentation or a video given by the institute also, in which some interviews of like Piyush Goyal and Suresh Prabhu sir is already been given. That yes, after doing the chartered accountancy course, you can become politician, you can become entrepreneur, and there are a number of opportunities are open. So it is a small video which is already shared by the ICI, which has to be shown on very first day once the MCS or OC batches started.
Oh well, I've seen that, sir. I've seen that where Shekhar Kapoor is also there. You can become a film director, or But I think, to my mind, if you want to pursue chartered accountancy, you are therefore diving into the vast ocean of the world of finance, and you handle everything from core accounting to audit to taxation to treasury to secretarial to international taxes to M&A, to equities to analysis to derivatives. uh, the field is wide open, and I always say that, look, you forensics, fraud detection, cyber security, and we are not even talked about technology. Not many people know that there are thousands of people who are in Oracle and SAP. They're all chartered accountants, but it's okay. I mean, the purpose is to say that, look, you are now pursuing a premier qualification, a member of a very well known and respected institute, and it's up to you. It's up to you what you want to be. The more you kind of apply yourself to the drinking from the ocean of knowledge, the more it will reflect in your person and persona and personality.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, Bhavesh.
Sir, one more thing that we like to tell to our student is that more than a academic course or a professional course, this is a self-disciplinary course which make a person self-independent, and it's a life skill. Because if we go through the total course schedule, we see that it's all self-driven. Means I don't have any specified classes and don't have any specified system of learning. It's self-driven, self-disciplined. It teaches the student how to build their life in their own man. So that is more important, because other than the accounting aspect, other than the auditing aspect, what it teaches is, first of all, it teaches the student to accept the failure. Means the toughest part of the life is to accept the failure, and our courses has this thing that it helps the student to accept the failure. Second thing, it helps the student to self-discipline themselves without any specific instruction from someone. They, during the course of their training also and otherwise in the preparation also, they help the student to self-discipline and self-regulate themselves, and that is the most important aspect, because none other course in any other profession help to get this knowledge. So also one of the major USP of our chartered accountancy course.
No, I wanted to
Well,
ask a question.
one sec. I'll just 1 minute, Nandini. I'll come to you. Bhavesh ji, ours is not the only one. The ICW is also like that. The company secretaryship is also like that. But yeah, point is well taken. Like I studied for my CA all on my own, and I cleared everything on my first attempt, barring the final one, which I had one group which I missed by a couple of marks. That's okay. But the point is, yes, you're right. This course teaches you what is self-discipline. This course teaches you how to accept setbacks and move on in life. This course teaches you lifelong what is the benefit or what are the gains of being self-disciplined. A CA is by very nature a very serious guy with tremendous sense of self-discipline. That the institute, whether you like it or not, you will become. Yes, Nandini ji, you had something to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to a little clarity on what do the chapters abroad do? Because we keep saying that we have so many chapters abroad. So what is their role? And I feel very scared if the students ask me, I won't be able to answer.
All right. Um, quite apart from ensure, it is not to ensure foreign jaunts to people. Uh, there are a lot of NRIs with their kids in, say, Dubai, in Kathmandu, who
But
actually
we don't have
pursue
a
this.
chapter.
Where in Dubai?
Kathmandu. We don't have a chapter.
I'll take back what I said, but at least I thought we had one in Kathmandu.
No, we don't have.
But in Dubai we have. In
Yeah.
Dubai we have, and it's also important.
I would like
As
to
members, I would like to connect. If there's a chapter, see, it's one is the education part. The second one is the continuous education part for me as members. If there's a chapter, I go to the chapter, and then I contribute to my own professional development and development of people who are fellow chartered accountants. So we congregate there in the chapter, and therefore it offers us a networking opportunity. Plus, it also kind of gives us, uh, you know, interface in terms of companies who have set up their operations in India to kind of understand what are the laws and compliances related to those territories. There are a lot of interactions in professional associations across the world.
True. I would like to chip in for this, if I may be allowed.
Oh,
Komal.
yeah, of course, you're allowed. I mean, we are all learning with each other. No
Okay.
formalities, ma'am.
Yeah, so I have been here in Dubai for past 5.5 years. It is to and from Mumbai, and I can say Mumbai and Dubai both are my base for now. So I have also delivered lectures in Dubai branch of ICI. And when I look from Dubai branch of ICI, I have seen people, they are very inquisitive and they want to travel to India for ICI trainings because they think so that they will be able to gel up with other students. And what we have learned over here is that the kids are very inquisitive about learning entrepreneurship. Like what differences I could find is that during training they come up with so many questions. They want it to be advanced. They want it AI integrated, and so it's a very big thing. And here you can we all CAs know each other over here from Dubai aspect. It's a very good chapter. It's working up and running.
So you get, I also get educated because
So when you visit, please come. In fact, any member, whoever visit, we would be really very happy.
surely, be more
It's
than
a very
delighted.
big campus, yeah.
So anybody has any questions? Otherwise, yes, Sangeeta ji. You have to unmute yourself. Unmute.
I'm Sangeeta Dhanraj from Bangalore. I have a query in the sense that is BCom mandatory for professional post-graduation courses abroad? Because students keep asking, they have a doubt. I kind of seen some abroad courses stressing on BCom as a qualification. Now, after completing CA is BCom mandatory. This is where there is a certain doubt, element of doubt.
Honestly, I don't know what is the country to country it varies. Like in the US, they say 4 years of college after school. Olden days we had this SSLC, secondary school living certificate during my time, whereas I did senior Cambridge, which was only 11, only 11 years, and then you get into college. So it is 3 years after college. Whereas in the South, you had PUC, pre-university course, after class 12 or 11, I don't know. So it varies from country to country as to, they definitely believe, but, it varies. So, there is no universal thing to it. But yes, the institute in its wisdom has made eligibility for CA after class 12, which was not the case when we did. We had to necessarily be a graduate or pass that CA entrance exam. So I passed the CA entrance exam, but no firm would touch me. They said, no, you come after graduation. You're too young at the age of 16, 17, when we just kind of finished class 12. So things have changed now. This is the situation as it is. Yes, Panda sir, I look forward to your inputs. Shishir Kumar Panda ji. So you wanted to say something, Mr. Panda? I think he's not able to hear me. Yes, Ms. Bandari sir.
Sir, I have one more question, sir.
Haji.
Good morning. Good morning. So before I begin, I think the first thing I want to say is there is one common thread. I also worked with Dunlop tires. And
which year was that? Which year, sir?
So I joined in 1980, and some of the common names would be Big Boss Shumantro Banerjee and Prabir
Yes.
Bose, who I keep meeting in Tollygunge Club. Okay.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, that's
lovely.
One. Yeah, I think the point which I want to make, I'm not a chartered accountant, but just now somebody had asked about what is the advantage of the chapters abroad, and I think it has the same networking of other alumni bodies. If you look at other alumni bodies of colleges and schools, and they have chapters in across the world. So I think anybody needs anything professionally or personally, they can connect. And the number of people who are ready to help out and support is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I think that's
important.
That's the point. Yeah,
Professionally,
that's the point
you need to have networks. I mean, life itself is nothing but networks. So it was wonderful meeting you, sir, fellow Dunlopian. I was in Dunlop from 1984 to 88. I was a blue-eyed boy of Shumantroji. I was in management accounting under.
Yes. I left in 88, and I think you spoke about technology, a few minutes ago. But that time, the MIS, which was formed by Shumantro Banerjee, which was, which every branch, every region and head office had to comply with, because he had just returned from the US. Yeah.
So I was his advisor, sir. I was Shumantro's advisor. And he was his blue-eyed boy. I met him after 30 years in Pradipto Mahapatra's house before.
Right.
So anyway, we have a lot to chat up. I'll catch up with you, Bandari sir.
Yes, we do that. We do that.
Sangeeta ji, you had anything further to say? No.
Sir, I have one question, sir.
Yeah, Shashi. Yeah, Shashi.
Yes, sir. I am Shashi Prakash Singh from Lucknow, sir.
So
I have, sir, sir, good morning, sir.
Morning.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I also studied in Kolkata and came back to my native, means Uttar Pradesh. Actually, I was in the job in the Qatar for last 5 years. Then I started my own practice. So my question is that actually we are just counting that like Suresh Prabhu and the Piyush and all the big shots, they have done chartered accountancy course. Okay. Are you thinking that because of only CA, they are the icon or they have the achievement? Because I am a chartered accountant, cost accountant, and company secretary. But what I'm feeling that after doing all qualifications, some extra things are also required, because I have not done much like you, sir, because you have done a good in your career. So what you are suggesting?
So पांचों उंगली एक तरफ नहीं रहता ना. So it's something like that. Everybody can't become a politician. Everybody doesn't become a CFO. It's a question of, there's no, in a professional life, it is, as somebody had said, it's purely based on your self-discipline and how much you learn and how much you want to further progress and how much you want to make that effort. And for which, of course, we will discuss today as we move along in adult learning. How do adults learn? You need a mentor. Short and thought. Mr. Bandari said, Mr. Shwantro Banerjee, who was the VPMT, and I had a mentor in Pradipto Mahapatra, who was the SMT. And you could always go through, and he kind of crafted my career for me in the sense that you need to be lucky enough to find people those days. Today, of course, we have proper mentorship program, and you let me know, and I will see how best I can help you.
Thank you, sir.
Shishir Kumar Pandaji, you had a question, but you're not asking. Yeah, you're right. You're right. When we cite the names of the persons who achieve great heights, versatility of the profession, but it's a chicken and egg. Did they become because of the CA, or they became because of so many other situations? Yes, Sadhna ji from Bhopal.
Yes, sir. Just
Yeah.
wanted to put there, since we have a lot of people from Dunlops. My husband and my father-in-law were both from Dunlops.
Oh, lovely. Which year was that, ma'am? Sal seems to be a very
My
common name.
my husband joined in 81 to 88.
Oh, that was the time when I was 83 to 88.
Okay.
He was in
Yogesh Syal.
Bhopal, ma'am. He was in Indore. He was in Indore by any chance?
He was in Kanpur, Dehradun, Meerut.
Not.
We were posted all over the place. But yes, Mr. Shivandro Banerjee and Mahapatro, we met them,
Yeah.
and it was during their time.
Oh, that's wonderful. Yes, Kalpana ji.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
So I just saw the message of the invite link of this meeting, and I'm in the meeting from last 10 minutes. So just want a clarity that it is a informal kind of a discussion for the faculties, or it is a online faculty development group.
Very nice. I just finished my PPT. Purely, online teaching. It's actually a faculty development program. So, there will be a lot of question answers and develop, and it's not like it's an adult learning program. So therefore, we will be kind of learning from each other's experiences, and it will be informal, because if I have to do a formal presentation, then it won't take me more than an hour to do the presentation. But I do the presentation and I do question and answers, or first I kind of do question and answers and then I do the presentation to sum it up. That's my style.
Okay, so it is an informal discussion, and we won't get any certificate or confirmation that we have done this 3 days online session, right?
You will be a different person at 1:30. That much I can promise you. And that is more important than any paper certificates.
Okay, okay, got it.
हाँ जी, कल्पना जी बताइए. Kalpana Thakur ji, you have a question? Yes, ma'am. No.
Yes, I spoke, sir. I spoke. We have just spoken.
Okay, yeah. After you finish speaking, just bring the hand back. Shruti ji, बताइए.
Good morning, sir. My question is around what CA Kalpana asked. I wanted to understand if this 3 days of faculty development program that we are attending virtually, is it as good, and in terms of validating it, is it good enough, or do we still have to attend an online in-person training session, FDP?
I don't know the answer, honestly, but I personally feel some of these topics that are covered, some of the speakers who will be coming will give you a very good insight. We will take a call at 1:30 as to whether you have learned something today, which will help you as a faculty. So I just moved. It's 10:30 as per my schedule. I moved to the next topic, which is training versus teaching and adult learning. So you made a right segue. And let me ask this question. All of you are faculties to ICAI, and over the years, some maybe, I don't know about this class, but there was very little time for introductions. Some have been doing it for 7 years, 10 years. And the last one that I had attended as a faculty, even I had to do that FDP, and somebody said he's been doing it for 20 years. Somebody said I've been doing it for 25 years. So the gentleman was almost 70 plus. So my question to everybody is, what is it that you do when you go and do a OCS or an MCS? What is your primary objective? Anybody can feel free.
Sir, if you can allow me, I am CA Nitesh Gupta from Agra. Very good morning to you and to all the other participants in this program.
हाँ भैया, हाँ नीतीश जी, हाँ हाँ, आगरा बताइए. Actually, I would request people who want to speak to put their hands up. Then it will be a very orderly discussion. But doesn't matter. आप बताइए.
So, sir, I had been the elected representative at ICI. I had been the chairman of Agra branch, and then I was elected in regional council also. So, the experience which I would like to share is that whenever I am visiting the classes, it has now been 2 decades in the profession. So, and I am also managing partner of one of the, you can say, across country as per the C&AG score, we are a sizable firm. So the experiences which I have gathered over the years, being the chairman, then at regional council, then across the profession, whatever we have gathered in the profession also. So all those experiences I am sharing with the students and just try to understand exactly what the problems they are facing either at OC level. So OC is like the beginners level, and then at MCS also they are undergoing training. What problem, all sort of problems they are facing in the training, and the dilemma which they face that whether to go into job or to go into practice or likewise. So several of the issues also I try to address at that forums.
Hey, I hear you. Yes, sir, Anantram ji.
So the first thing that I do when I enter these classrooms, I said, you are not students, you are professionals in the making. And I do not address them as boys and girls, as in men and women. And I said, you need to change this mindset. And, please approach these programs with this mindset and you will really benefit. Thank you.
Okay. CA Preeti Bora ji.
Yes, sir. Good morning to everyone.
Morning.
So what I think is like they are stepping to the shoes of a child accountant, and what they are supposed to do and what the ICI is expecting, that usually I start the day with that thing, and that automatically motivates them and let them involved till the end. Because it's quite at times difficult to get engrossed and to be with the faculty for the entire time. So just tell them what can be the future, and this way I start actually, and I tell to the students.
Okay, I hear you. CA Anurag Joshi ji.
Sir, I want to add one information over here because it has been clarified in the WhatsApp group that whosoever attends the online session, it is equivalent to the offline session also. Because everybody cannot go to Mumbai or Jodhpur, so it has been clarified in the WhatsApp group. So it is for the information of all the people over here.
Thank you.
Coming to your question.
Yeah.
Actually, we tell the students that from nursery to 12th, you have been given a handhold by the principal and the teachers of your school, and that happens in the college as well. But now the industry which you are joining has some expectation. The CA firms which are recruiting you as an article has some expectation. The client you are facing after this orientation is going to have some expectation from you. So it is an orientation session in which we are orienting you towards the expectation of all those three areas, so that now you can learn your theory into practice. So you have to convert the theory into practice. So more is about the skills.
Pandaji, wait, I will call you. Pandaji, there are two, three other people also. I'll give them a chance and then I'll come back to you. Yeah, Nirupamaji.
Good morning to everybody. I am actually not a CA or have anything to do with the accounts line. So I think I give them a perspective where they need to understand how to deal with people who don't come from the industry. Because at the end of the day, they will have to deal with that. So they have enough training on how to be a CA. And I try to show them the life, which is not CA life. And I think they do respond well. So I'm quite happy with that. Thank you.
Okay. Haji Madhuji. You have to unmute your microphone when you talk. Haji.
I take MCS batches in NIRC, sir. So as a corporate trainer, the thing which I have observed and I feel which is very important is that you have to create a need for the module first. The module which you're going to carry in the class, the need has to be created. And there are two things which I briefly touch upon. One, I help them create a professional vision statement. And the second thing which I have seen in my years of association with ICI, the difference between a job and a career. Because when I sit in HR for selections, we are looking for people who are coming with a career plan. So these are the two things which I emphasize. And this is one way of striking a rapport because the gaps are apparent and then I get the kind of responses and it's all experiential patterns.
Okay, I'll come back to you. I will hear one or two more people and then I will put the question right back to everybody on the floor. But I wanted to hear Mr. Panda because he's been wanting to. Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir. Sorry, I put you on the hold. Yeah,
sir,
go ahead.
So very briefly, I'll be answering the question that you asked. I'm an alumnus of Accelerate Jamshedpur with over 40 years of industry experience. So I'm not a CA. To that extent, I can think in a different way. Now, I'm 75. I've been teaching for about 20 years in ICAI. I personally feel, to answer your question, when I go to the class, I teach writing English writing skills, for instance. And I do agree with you that English writing is very, very important. Unless we focus on the skills that are required, and we continue to focus on accounts itself, that is okay. You have already stated there are so many fields today, and they are diversified today in CA. And that knowledge part, intellectual pursuit is okay. But at the same time, the basic purpose of this course is that we value add certain skills. And these skills are to be, honed. So when I go to the class, to answering your question, I feel that at the end of this session, these participants should be able to learn this or that. Not that what I'm going to teach them. There's nothing like teaching. If this is the skill that I have to develop my own lesson plan or what have you. That's all
I'm actually I hear everybody. I will hear two more people because I'm not getting the answer that I'm looking for. Meenakshi ji.
Yes, very good morning, sir. Was an amazing presentation since morning. And I belong to Varanasi branch and have been taking classes since 2013. And last day also I had one class. And what I do, the first thing when I join an OC and an MCS class is this, that I motivate the students and I ensure that this motivation should come from inside so that throughout the journey of their career, they don't quit it. Because sometime every May, November, they are like, they get demotivated by giving exams and not getting results the way they want to. So I motivate them and I also ensure that motivation should come from inside.
Okay. So I will hear one more. Pratibha ji, since you kept your camera on, tell me. Unmute yourself and tell me. What
Thank
is
you,
it
sir.
that you look forward in a class?
Okay, a very good morning to all and sir. I may not be that much experience as I could get from such senior people, but just want
Doesn't
to
matter.
add,
We are
I
all students. Yeah.
think the training, the purpose or what I personally go for and what is my vision is that to make them ready for the world, to make them ready for the world. Till they don't clear exam, they are in schools, they are in colleges, they are in coaching institutes. So they are living in a shell. And now they'll be open up to the world where people will be looking forward.
All right.
So for that, I this is my perceptive.
All right. So, somebody asked me, is it just a talk or is it an FDP? So, one way of, teaching is to make ourselves reflect. And today's will always be based on chatting and reflection. What I would say is that every time you go to the class, you get enriching yourself. The purpose of FDP is as much for you as much. Sorry, FD, I'm talking of MCS and OCS. Or say, let me put the way we use the word class. Okay. The purpose of lighting these young minds is as much for you. With every class, Keswani ji, namaskar. With every class, you grow as an individual, as a person. How can I improve myself? How can I use this experience to make it a very memorable one for the student and make that impact? Somebody said that, yes, I ensure that I get motivated. Somebody said, I ensure that I do this. That's all fine. The purpose of FDP, which is why we are putting this FDP, is to kind of ask our own faculty, because you are the connection between the student and the institute. If I said in the morning, the student doesn't touch and feel and see the institute till he becomes a member. So we are the world's largest university with no touch and feel. It's not a classroom learning, as somebody had said. It's not a BCom that you go to classroom every day, college, evaluation. No, it's a self-learning. And within that self-learning, there is a classroom learning, which is these 15 days of OCS or 15 days of IT and 15 days of GMCS, where you make the difference. Simple. Institute for them is you. So if you kind of enrich in yourself, and which is what we'll be talking today of adult learning, then you make the difference. The student is looking up to you because up to that point, he has not seen a person who has come to make the difference. Of course, we are all here to make the difference for the student, but also for ourselves. And if we develop ourselves, the learning here is, with every learning, I will kind of highlight that. It is there in my presentation. I can run through the presentation, but then my belief is a little bit of reflection will have a permanent learning. The learning here is every class, keep a record from today. What is it that you learn? What is it that you need to improve yourself to make that impact? Now, today's theme is on adult learning. Do we treat our class as adults or children? There's a three, in psychology, you have parent, adult, child. Do we teach them like adults or we to treat them as children? Anybody wants to say?
100%.
Sir, the andragogy, as they say, there's a difference between pedagogy and andragogy. Andragogy is for adult learning, basically. And the nuances, the skills are different. And in pedagogy, it is different. So here we have a target group who are not kids. They're not school students, but they're also not workers. They're not employees. They're not employees. They're in between. So I have fortunately some exposure to andragogy, and in the faculty, you are applying andragogy right now because we are adults. But when I teach or whatever I do in the class, motivate them or whatever, I don't assume there has to be a balance between your own self enrichment, your own lesson plan, and your targets, whatever you are going to do. At the end of the class, they should be able to do this. And how you do it is your job.
Okay.
But
so I hear you, Panda Saab.
Sorry. Please.
We are all faculty, and we like to kind of one of the problems of being a teacher is we like to be absolutely precise, drill down further. So unfortunately, I see how many there are close. Last time I saw it was 177 participants. So we will not be able to progress much. Keep what you want to say brief, just a brief while, so that we can move it. As somebody says, we treat them as professionals, we treat them as students, we treat them as adults. Okay. But I want to know, how would you treat them as whatever you're treating today? Do we have a consensus that we treat them as students, or not as adults, or you kind of disagree with me because
Sir, it depends.
they are mixed bag, fresh adults and middle aged too. Okay.
Sir, we treat them as keen learners.
Sorry, Keshwani ji.
We treat them as keen learners.
Keen learners. Okay.
Sir, as a trainer, we keep shifting our hat from parent attitude to adult attitude, and they always come in a child attitude. So it's we who change the hats, and we make them from child attitude to go to adult attitude.
Okay. Let me flip the question a little. Let us do some reflection. How would you treat your class as adults?
Sir,
if you have to treat your classes, Haji.
When it comes to MCS, I mean Advanced Integrated Course on Technology and Soft Skills, they have already seen the professional side of our institute and how a CA works. So basically, they have already got in touch with some of the glimpses of adulthood, adult mindset. In that case, it's just the polishing part that is required, and then the interaction with between a trainer and learner is more of an adult and adult. Yes, there may be certain child like characters in the class who may be you can say free child or a negative adaptive child, but then it's up to us that we also change their mindsets from child to adult.
Yeah, I hear you, but I've still not got the answer. If we treat them as adults, let me kind of move forward. How do we treat them?
Sir, can I speak?
Yeah, please.
So I just wanted to say that when you treat them as adults, we basically are able to get the buy-in from them. The moment we get the buy-in, it's easy.
No, that's fine. No, that's a consequence. How do you treat them? Do you treat them as adults, or do you treat them as children, or you do them as students, or disinterested bunch of people who are doing this because it is mandatory and therefore there are confused lot.
Adults. I would treat them as adults. Adults.
So I just want to add, we should treat them as a member of ICI. If we are able to prove them that you are an upcoming member of ICI, then
no, that's okay. No, those are roles. Those are roles.
Sir, I have to say that we have to treat them as as equals. When we treat them as adults, equal to us, then they are equals in the class. They have certain information, they know certain things, we respect that, and we share information with them. So that is how the discussion progresses.
Somebody beautifully had said, Jose Mudancheri. Treat them as adults, empower them with responsibility to think for themselves and learn. So my two penny bit is, when you go to the class, because you see, nobody has treated them as adults. Nobody. At home, you're a kid. in the firm, oh, you're just an article. Okay, this is all reality. But when you say that, you know what, I'm going to treat like adults, and you are going to behave and respond as an adult, which means you take responsibility for your actions. You follow the rules that I set, the boundaries I set for the class. If you say a boundary, if you want to ask a question, raise your hand. They should raise the hand. If you say that, look, we will work with this class with this kind of breaks, this will be the schedule. They will follow the schedule and not say, I want a break now, I want a break here. And for the first time, they would hear that, hey, the faculty out here is treating me like an adult. They will respond like an adult. Typically, what happens is we tend to treat people, especially who are of a younger age, and India is a very hierarchical society. So if you're higher up in the totem pole, you tend to people down the line with disdain. But your class will be much better. Your attention span or their attention span is going to be much better, because I'll tell you what are all things that we need to do make the class much better. Just coming. The first one is treat them as adults. Yeah. Anybody has any point of view? Please feel free. Yes,
Can I
sir.
say something?
I will just go to Anantaramji and then come to you, Nirupamaji, and then to Jaydeep Kumar. Haji.
So one thing that I implemented was I said, in the early days, I would say, keep your phones aside, put them silent, put them off. I said, keep your phones with you, right? Mine isn't silent, so should yours be. If you need to use it, if there's a family emergency,
thank you, sir.
Let me know, take permission and do it. You need to take an urgent call, excuse yourself, leave the room, come back. And I think this is one thing that has really worked here. And the students are very happy, and they're using their phones much lesser during the classes and sessions than before. So this is something that I really experienced directly. Thank you.
Thank you, Antaramji. Thank you, Antaramji. This is it's a very small, but a very significant change in behavioral patterns. When you tell people, hey, listen, we are all here come to learn. Your phone is a distraction. Focus. If you had to take the phone, do it very discreetly, or just step out and attend that phone call. Simple things like that. Always treat them as adults. That's the first one. Because we tend to, partly because of the Indian way of parenting and the Indian way of supervision, it's a cultural thing. We tend to treat students as kids, which will not enhance learning. Somebody had said that, look, we treat them as friends. A bit dangerous, but I think I get the drift of what you're trying to say. Nirupumaji.
Yes, I'd just like to quickly share what happened on Monday and Tuesday. I was in a session, and I completely agree with what you say, Mr. Subramania. So on day one, they were just not responsive. And my sessions are all interactive. I ask them to contribute, whatever it is. And on day two, this young lady tells me that nobody has ever asked us for an opinion, so we don't even know what to say to you. So that was a huge learning for me too, that they need to be pushed into talking. It's okay. Whether someone agrees with you, doesn't agree with you, you have your opinion. So that's happened as recently as day before. So yes, I completely agree with that.
Thank you for your inputs. You see, when you don't treat them as adults, they clamp up. They will not, it's always a one-way broadcasting. You may think that you're making an impact, but you don't know. I'll come back to you. Anybody else? Pratibhaji, you had a no. All right. So the second one is treat your students as adults. And how do you do that is you make a declaration. Hey, listen, I'm going to treat you like adults and I want you to behave like adults. which means straight away you get the control of the class. Nobody is doing catcalling. Nobody is kind of, laughing or clapping. These are all the typical child behavior. They suddenly realize that, hey, here is a person who's come here and is willing to treat me as an adult. So I have a responsibility to respond as an adult. Right? So that's the second learning. The third learning, which is more important, is setting expectations. When we go to the class, I'm sure you're doing it, but since it's a large FDP, you set your clear expectations on what are the learning outcomes, how will you divide the time, and seek clarity on this is what we are going to do. Like I said that, look, I have 3 topics to cover. The first one is on introduction to ICI. The second one is on training, teaching, and adult learning. And the third one is on emotional intelligence and how do we kind of. What I forgot to say, my mistake, is that we will take a 10-minute break at 11:15 and come back so that, in case you have a call to attend or something to kind of do, we'll be able to do it. So the third one, as I said, is to set expectations. Set your expectations very clearly before the start of the class. I'm going to treat you as adults. This is what I'm going to teach. And this is what is going to be the outcome. We have it in our mind, but once we articulate it, we clearly say this is what is going to happen. Then they are looking out for a learning experience and they take home something, and you take home your own ability to structure this class, give them a throughput, and then understand what is required. Any questions at this stage? All right. No questions means. All right. The third one, or is it the fourth one, is avoid fear at every cost. One of the problems in our country, in our culture, fear is a very major force for both compliance and getting things done. Don't have it in the classroom. Fear comes in the way of learning. Somebody had said, sorry, the thing moved on. I treat them as friends. What she meant, I think it was a she, is that among friends, there is no fear. Moment there is an authority, there is what we call the power distance index. The higher you are, greater will be the clamp. So you have to ensure everybody has their own technique to say, feel free to say what you want to say. Whatever we say in this remains within the 4 walls of this room. But express your opinion. If you treat them as adults that we considered, people will not be fearful of you. Authority definitely invokes fear. Some lesson that I've learned the hard way in life, those cultures where you could kind of communicate fearlessly without the fallout of consequences are the ones which are very, very successful. Why are IT companies so successful in India? Sahib, I'll come to you. It's essentially because it's a completely fearless culture. In IT, nobody called me by sir. There's always Subi-san. San is the equivalent in Japan, or Subi. Because in IT, we are all on first name terms. Why is it? Because we deliver projects. We deliver projects to overseas clients. And anything can go wrong in a project at any point of time. It's like a game of cricket. Suddenly something will go wrong. But when there is fear in the environment, then bad news travels very slowly upwards. So it's extremely important, if you're quite comfortable. Now, most Indians are not comfortable. I used to tell them, don't call me sir, call me by my name. No, sir, we can't call. Sir, why not? No, I can't call. Then I realized that I'm kind of, hitting a concrete wall. I said, okay, you'll call me Mr. Bala. Are you comfortable? Okay, I'll call you Mr. Bala. But don't call me sir. The important thing, what I'm trying to communicate there is remove fear from the classroom. Fear is a big deterrent. Why is it that the guy is not speaking up? Because he feels he's going to get judged. His English may not be as articulate as people who have been to an English medium school. So one way of saying is, आप हिंदी में बात करो, हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. आपका जो राय जो है, आपका जो ओपिनियन जो है, आप जो कहना चाहते हैं, आपका कोई डाउट है, तो जरूर पूछो हिंदी में, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. When you make this level adjustments, you promote adult learning. Any questions at this stage?
Yes,
I have
sir.
to ask these questions because,
Sir,
otherwise
sir,
I'll have
thank you.
non-stop
That's
broadcasting. Yes,
Thanks, sir.
Jose.
Sir,
Mr. Panda, I'll come
thanks,
to you.
sir.
Jose ji.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. It's been very nice listening to this conversation. And Subi sir is excellent. I've enjoyed it so far. So just, I won't share my experience as you said about the shredding of the fear. It's very important that we, shred the fear right from the start, actually. And that's what I do. Right in the beginning, I tell them about the communication skills. I tell them, don't fear, just speak out, share your thoughts. And I tell them even, just forget about who is listening to you. You're speaking to your friends, sort of thing. So you just communicate. I know there are difficulties in communication because they come from different, the language background, not English medium school. My English is quite different from them. So I said, don't forget about all these things. You just speak. If you don't understand, ask questions. Don't refrain yourself from asking questions. If you ask question, if one of you ask a question, that is going to benefit all the rest because I'll be answering that particular question. All the others will get the benefit of it. So that way, if you encourage them, to be free and to share their thoughts, they feel, oh, that freedom is there. They can speak anything. They can ask questions, and the stage is set for adult learning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe Sare. What Mr. Joe said is so true, but it's again cultural. You see, in Indian families, there's a lot of fear between the father who's actually, a figure out there. So typically, the boy will go through the mother to the father, and everybody laughs. But this is reality. So we are a society we cannot be diverse from the cultural aspects of any society. But my request is when you have your class, when you want in that 2 hours or 3 hours that you get, or 6 hours, I don't know how many hours you get, you want to transfer as much of knowledge as possible. It is possible only when you drive fear out of a person's, the aspirant's or the seeker's mind. And you have a responsibility to ensure that there is no fear in the classroom. The fear is not necessarily with a danda, the fear of speaking up, the fear of expressing opinions, all comes under the broad definition of fear. Shishir ji, you wanted to say, Shishir Kumar
Yes,
Panda ji.
So
Keep it brief, sir.
Yes, sir. Grateful to you for your tips. Just clarify me. Normally, when I go to the class, I tell the students, relax and enjoy. I enable them to feel good. I said, if you are not relaxed, you can't enjoy. And if you don't enjoy, you can't learn. Having said that, one of our colleagues here said about that phone use. I'm a little liberal in that. I make it very clear. Don't use your phone inside the class. If you have a call, just go out, don't take my permission. I don't think that I should break down their neck and to just to treat them as adults, I have to enforce discipline. My mantra is relax and enjoy. Tell me whether I'm right or not.
Okay. Yeah, we all share from each other. Tandon Shab, namaskar, kemon achen? Okay. These are all people whom I met in that FDP in Delhi, I think in Feb or March, I don't remember.
To remember.
No, আপনাকে কি করে বলবো? You know, you surprised me with your Bengali, just as I surprised you with my Bengali. Okay. So let's move on. Let's move on to the next one, which is perhaps what the entire FDP is trying. I mean, entire GMCS and OCS is trying, which is creating impressions. We want to leave that impression of knowledge on the student. I wouldn't say student, I'd say aspirant or seeker. Those are more powerful words conveying the same thing. How do we convey that impressions? Is that we ourselves, I'll come back to my first point. If we develop ourselves and we are masters of our own subject matter, then you leave a lasting impression saying, hey, this guy's got depth. So it's extremely important. I can't tell you how important it is to be fully prepared. And I go back to my first point, improve yourself constantly. Improve yourself constantly so that you create that impression. See, the students know, the people who are listening to you know whether this guy is faffing around or he knows subject matter with great depth. They may not say so. They may kind of, endure the monologue. But my submission is, do make attempt to impress very subtly with your knowledge. Okay, right. I come back to the next point. It is all there in my PPT, which I will run after 11:20, so that people don't get a feeling that, hey, listen, this is just a informal, chit chat. It is not. But I personally feel that this way, if I put some of these building blocks, then I'll be able to deliver my PPT much better. Seek feedback. Seek feedback from your class. How? You explain a certain principle, say 2 or 3 or 4. Stop there and tell, can anybody summarize what is the learning that I have said so far? Now, in a class of 50 is the general strength here in Pune, maybe 5 or 6 of them take copious notes, because I encourage them to do that. And then they summarize. When they summarize, you realize it's like Chinese whisper. Whatever you said, only about 20-30% is registered in them. So we use a technique of getting a feedback and say, hey, no, this is not what I said. This is what I mean. What you say and what they understand could be completely different. So it's extremely important that you seek feedback through a mechanism of, please summarize, please say, what is it that I said? And for the benefit, because we live in a multilingual world where English is nobody's first language, their understanding of English is not as what we understand. This came to me beautifully. One guy came and said, sir, कुछ गलत मत मानिए, don't mistake me for what I'm trying to say. I said, बताओ यार क्या प्रॉब्लम है? आपका इंग्लिश बिजनेस क्लास है, हम लोग को समझ में नहीं आता आप क्या बोल रहे हैं, आधा चीज तो समझ में नहीं आता. Then I realized, because I'm used to talking in a corporate way, dealing in a global company, it's not enough. I need to talk to simple sentences. But then the purpose is lost if I conduct the whole thing in Hindi, which is not even my second or third language. I'm not very fluent in it. So I try to summarize and I pre-qualify. Hey, you know what? My Hindi is not good, so don't laugh at it. Reasonably decent. I was in Lucknow for 7 years, so it's not that bad. So we immediately have a rapport. I was able to get that feedback. I need to talk in simple sentences, you know. So it's also important that you take feedback. Okay. Now, I'll tell my last point, then it will be 11:15, and then we'll have a break of maybe 10 minutes, and then we will get back. Continuous improvement. How do we improve upon our delivery and how we handle? Please seek out from your fellow trainers. I'm sure in every center by now, if you don't know, please get networked with as many faculty members as possible to say, how did you handle this concept, or how did you kind of improve? What is it that we need to? It's possible. Today's digital world, it's very easily possible to get 10 people, 15 people. And the WhatsApp group has been created by Dr. Adukia. You really can put and get a lot of. Today morning, there was a nice one on how Warren Buffett, he couldn't talk, and how that $120 or something he paid for a communication course made all the difference to Warren Buffett to what he is. So he was, of course, it was just to reiterate the point that communication is so important. Which brings me to the last point. When we teach people communication, I hear this point, communication. I have to quarrel with two words. One is soft skills. I said, no, these are not soft skills. These are hard skills. In fact, I'm going to write to ICI and say that call it hard skills. But for whatever reason, they say this is soft skill. It's not soft skill. Two, it is not communication. It is articulation. I can communicate in Hindi, but I cannot articulate in Hindi. I cannot make a speech in Hindi because I'm very weak. It's not my second or third or fourth tongue. So the important thing that you have to understand and tell people is articulate. Communicate your thoughts by articulation. You're what you are, not because of what you eat, but by what you speak. As you become a professional, your ability to put your point of view, your ability to give your opinion, your ability to communicate your ideas in simple sentences with precision will come from the skill of articulation. So please improve your own articulation and the articulation of your class by stressing this point repeatedly. People think, yes, I know English. I said, fine. Can you give me a 2,000 word summary about your own self? They don't write. Today's kids don't write anymore. Today's kids don't even read. We'll come back to the adult learning principles after the break. What are these adult learning principles? They do a mismatch of those principles, but then learning is my last point. Learning is only what you internalize. And this is most important. Otherwise, God has given 2 years at the same level. It will come through one and go out through the other. Your ability to internalize what you are learned, that means flip it over. When you teach your students, make sure that they internalize what you're saying. And that's only way possible by either creating a mock kind of come forward, and whoever is in to create that, exercises and things like that, which we'll see when we do that adult learning point. Any questions? Otherwise, any questions, any thoughts, any reflections?
I think, sir, it makes a lot of sense to what Subbu sir has just now said. Before we become an excellent teacher, first and the foremost is we need to be a phenomenal student.
because today's great student is the greatest of all the teachers of tomorrow. So very well said, sir. And we totally endorse your viewpoint to what your good self has just now said. And one more thing which I have noticed in the classes is to create an aura of positivity, and especially the point which you were referring to break the fear element. It is always a very great strategy to observe a smile on your face or to keep a smile on your face. Because I personally feel people may not understand your language sometime, but people do understand the universal language of love and affection, and that is smile. So maybe we can use that smile as breaking that barrier and perhaps that fear as well, and creating that positive aura. Thank you.
Well said, Keshwani Saab. My only add on is that smile should be from inside. Otherwise, it will be like that laughing club in the morning in my society, where they yell their head off like a hyenas.
So I would say dil se, from the heart.
Yeah. Somebody said I got a beautiful smile, so it's like that. It's true. Thank you, Keshwani Saab. It's very important input.
Subhi sir, just I would like to raise a point from your discussion.
Nitish bhai.
So, sir, this is regarding, as you said, I really accept the fact that this should be treating them like adults, and that should be there be not a room for any fear. But, sir, how to deal a situation, and more particularly in the batch of this OC, because these are new entrants, and a group of in a group of 50, some 4 5 will sit together, and they will play all sort of nuisance there. So how to, well, if we are just on this point that there is no fear and we are very friendly with you, we are treating you like adults, but if they are not responding, so how to resolve this particular issue? And sir, this probably all of us must be facing this type of situation.
Very good point. I'll come back to you after I hear Ganpati ji.
Yeah, so what this particular point was actually what I wanted to talk about, and it is rightly asked. So what I do is I sit with the students when somebody else is presenting. I don't stand always in the front of the class. I teach from the back of the class. I move around, and sometimes I just sit with them when they're in an activity. I sit in the groups, and then that participative learning is what they actually start believing in. So this is what I have been practicing, and it has given a lot of good feedback.
Yeah, very nice, but it has not answered Nitish Gupta ji's problem. I'll answer that question after I hear Anita ji. Anita Agrawal ji.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. Sir, I have a question, and I would like to second the faculty just before the person who just now said. It so happens sometimes when we enter the class, the vibes which we get, we feel that this particular session is not going to be as productive as I am willing to teach them. So how to handle this kind of a situation? Sometimes we do get a negative vibe the moment we enter a particular class.
No, your voice is not very clear, so I couldn't pick up what she said. Can somebody tell me what she had said? Can you repeat, Anita ji? Sorry.
I repeat my question, sir. Sometimes it so happens that when we enter a particular class, the vibes which we get is negative.
Oh, no, that's our job, no? Anyway, I'll come to it. I'll come to it. I'll answer your question specifically. Madhu ji, bataiye.
Sir, there'll always be hecklers and there'll always be people who have the less attention span. So what we were taught in Wipro in Bangalore was that you put up an activity in a manner that, you have the gap areas, and then it is easy to bring them back to the mold because they know you don't have to tell them that you could not do this activity, but they themselves know it. Say, for example, a 3-minute test, which I generally do.
Got your point. I'll move on. Gupta ji. So to answer your question, yes, there will be a couple of people who will be fence sitters, there are problems in life, or, masti ke liye aate hain. It's very easy. There are 4 or 5. Either you call the guys to the front, give them some responsibility where they are the, people who will who have to deliver now. They have to deliver on an activity, and then you will find that you got the class under control. If we the problem essentially is we have an action-reaction mechanism working there. You're creating problems, I'll punish you. It will not work. What you have to do is, and this is especially in OC, it's not so much in GMCS, by the time they are matured a little, you really have to kind of bring them to the front, give them an activity, and make them as in charge of those 4 or 5 groups. And then you will find suddenly, because these guys feel that they have arrived in life, then they realize their own shortcomings. I'll come to you. Yes, Nirupama ji.
This was actually in response to what Anita Agarwal was saying. So I somewhere agree with her, but what I have figured out is that actually the negativity is more of apprehension and fear quite often. Correct. Because they don't know what to expect, and you need to thaw and you need to really break the ice, and more often than not that negativity is not there. So that's been my experience. Thank you.
Yeah, I was coming to answer her, but I just wanted to hear a few people. Yes, sir. It is written admin. So you.
Actually, it is written for us, Kanavala. My name, I think, is not appearing there. Let me just check what the issue.
Doesn't matter. Sir, tell me your name and what is the point you wanted to make.
Yeah. So my point was actually, sir. Actually, when we talk of transactional analysis, we talk of PAC model: parent, adult, and child. Now we have to address, each one of us carries these 3 aspects in ourselves. So we have to address these 3 things while talking to the students. And personally, I feel that when we make the session more interactive, when we just throw open-ended questions to them, or maybe by talking, we just interact. So that leaves a lot of scope, that gives a lot of scope to understand what their mindset is, and then it helps us in setting up their mindset to bring our point home. I mean,
fantastic, sir. I will hear Sanala and then Selvin Phil Koshi, and then I'll take a break for 10 minutes. Yes, Sanala ji.
Good morning, sir. I do orientation classes. What I have noticed that is, like, it's not only the language barrier that I have seen. In my classes, like when I started my taking classes in Kannur and Calicut, that is in 2015 onwards I started, where I noticed this, that the age differences also, like there are in my classes, you find students who are like just completed 12th standard or many graduations. So they have the difficulty with interacting with others. So what I as a team. Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, we lost you for a brief while. Yeah, tell me, what is it that you do?
That is, I do activities like what all topic I am dealing with them. According to the it's like as a team. So problem is that it's not only language barrier. It is like I mean, like, okay, they are seniors. Like they have the students, they have the feeling, oh, they are experienced one. They know much better than us. So that feeling is there. So first we have to stop that feeling, because they all are in the same class. Well, though they have experience, though they are graduates, or they are like join the class after having some. So in that way, people.
Okay,
right.
One slide. Koshi sir, you have to unmute yourself. Yeah. Sorry, you had to unmute.
Yeah, my problem is that, sir, I don't find it difficult to motivate the kids. The kids that come to my classes are all extremely motivated, and I'm talking about orientation course. I take orientation course usually the first 2 days of the institute. And the kids that come to the Kottayam branch are extremely driven, very focused. They want to pass. The only problem that they have is they refuse to talk in English. And I see that as the biggest problem, as the biggest impediment for them to progress further, because they're extremely comfortable in the mother tongue. They're extremely comfortable in talking in Malayalam. They're extremely good in writing in English. But when it comes to talking in English, they struggle. And I make it a point for the 15 days that they're there for the orientation course. I tell all the faculty, make them speak only in English. But how do we ensure that this continues post the course also? That is where we are struggling. Because When they come
I
for
will
the
answer
GMCS
this
also, they are
question.
exactly at the same spot they were when they came for the orientation course. Extremely driven, but still lacking the communication skills.
I will answer that question, Koshi Saab, after I hear Jyoti ji, and after I answer, I will take a break. हाँ जी, Jyoti ji, बताइए, Jyoti Goyal ji.
Hello.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
Yeah,
कैमरा ऑन
good
करने से अच्छा
morning, all
लगता.
of you.
हाँ जी.
Sir, actually, I'm at my home. Good morning, all of you.
Doesn't
Sir,
matter.
it's a wonderful session so far.
अभी हुआ नहीं है, रुक
I
जाइए.
wanna so far, that's what I'm saying, sir. I just wanna. I'm quite young to say this, but yeah, I would say that I always start my session with an ice-breaking activity whenever I take any session, so that people get aware, like people get conscious, like what is going to happen. So that is, I feel, the best way to start a session. Like somebody was
Yeah, that's
asking that
okay.
there is a negative
नहीं,
vibes in
सबका
the class whenever you enter.
ठीक है, सबका अपना अपना स्टाइल है. But to answer Koshi sir's point of view, see, if in a state of Kerala, which is 100% literacy, people are finding it difficult shifting from Malayalam to English. In the Hindi belt and up country, as we grow up the Vindhyas, it is even more difficult. But the point is, the question that we have to ask and make them answer, do you want to be successful or do you want to be also ran? I always tell people, who came first in 100-meter dash, 100-meter in Olympics? Everybody says Usain Bolt. I said, fine. Who came second? We don't know, sir. Who came third? We don't care. So in life, if you want to be successful, this is the mirror, and that's our job. You want to be successful, that is why you prefer to do CA instead of being some other course, preferably. I don't know. But yes, I mean, we have this three idiots problem. People are pushed into doing something which is against their own inner wishes. But that's okay. That's part of the Indian upbringing. In the sense, as kids, you don't realize the value. Long back when I was a student, 22, 21, I attended a students conference where we had Professor T.S. Agrawal. My generation would know that book, Advanced Account by Shukla and Agrawal. And Mr. Agrawal was, I think, chairman of Board of Studies those days. And Professor Agrawal said one statement, which still I remember it after more than 43 years. He said, the donkey knows feels the load of the sandalwood it is carrying, but not its value. It's our job as faculty to tell them, if you want to be, you have a choice. You can be also run, somehow struggle and pass that exam after 12 attempts or 14 attempts. You're going to get nowhere. You have to improve yourself by doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to improve your English. In fact, I've been kind of in dialogue with the Board of Studies, and I'm kind of, trying to prepare a note saying, have 6 months course of only English after you pass.
Exactly.
That will make a difference. And that you don't need a course. Today, there are enough schools, IELTS, TOEFL, British Council, which gives you a lot of opening of how to communicate right in English. So it's up to the individual. As I said, if you make the attempt, which is why I tell both the faculty and impress it upon to the seekers also. I won't call them students. They are seekers of knowledge. You have it in you, and only you are responsible for your growth and your success. So this is what I had to say. It's 11:30. Let's take a 10-minute break so that, we can attend to phone calls or whatever it is. And we'll again start the session at 11:40. Thank you so much.
Sir, with your permission, I'll request all the faculty members, please put in your display name, your full name, like some iPhone admin are appearing. So we would like to know that you have attended this session. So please rename the display name which is there in your device, sir. You may please change it, sir. Sir or ma'am. I find some iPhone, some admin. Please change it.
When my full name is not coming, I don't know what to do about it.
You tell me your name, ma'am.
Nandini Datta from EIRC.
Just a minute. Acha. Nandini, still it is okay. We can. Kolkata also, you are not able to add something. Nandini Datta, full name. Just try it, ma'am, in this 10
Do I
minutes.
do it?
You
That's
go,
no problem.
you have to right click where your name is appearing. No, ma'am?
Okay. Rename. Acha,
Yes,
okay.
correct. Just type it. It will come. Yes,
Is it
it has
okay
come.
now?
Yes, yes, yes. Similarly, all other respected members, kindly.
Ma'am,
Yes,
ma'am,
yes.
is it okay if we leave and rejoin after 10
Yeah,
minutes?
it's okay. It's okay. 10 minutes break
Okay.
is there.
Ma'am,
Thank
one
you
more
so
thing.
much.
Ma'am, hello. Ma'am,
Yes, yes, sir.
ma'am, actually the two ways has come for the joining of this meeting. One was through the email that we got from the Board of Studies about registration and joining the meeting. And one was this Zoom meeting link that we got in one of the groups.
Yeah. That you will get before the start of the session. We give the Zoom link that is basically for registration, and that also in webinar mode it can be watched, but to
But
interact.
in webinar mode, the interaction part was, I think, was not possible.
Yeah. That
because
is
that
why
was
we
playing.
immediately, the moment you log in here, sir, through that webinar mode, it comes in our dashboard and we immediately send by email, and we have also formed a WhatsApp group. There also continuously we are putting the Zoom link, sir. And this
Okay,
link
so
will be the same for the next 2 days also. Yeah.
Basically, we will be joining through this Zoom link.
Yes,
for the
yes, for all the 3 days, for all the 3 days. Same link, sir. Today, tomorrow, day after, same link, sir.
Thank you.
Rita ma'am, I have a question.
Sir, ma'am, before you answer, sir, in one display, I find admin, sir. Can I help you in renaming, sir? Please rename yourself, sir. Admin, I find in one of the display names.
He's not able to
Shall I
do that.
rename? Otherwise, let him tell his name, sir. He spoke also. Sir, rename if you can do it, sir.
One thing I wish to share here, ma'am, that I logged in by the name Nitin Kumar Paraskaravel, but then I have logged in also from my desktop because the battery was running low, so I kept it for charging. So it was showing admin when I asked the question. So how to rename this? Could you please repeat that again for everybody?
Yeah, in the top right hand corner of your box, there'll be 3 dots. Just press on that.
Okay. Right now the Nitin name is showing now. Yeah, then it comes.
Rename, it will say. Rename yourself. Last one is rename.
Rita ma'am, there is one query. I want the link for physical training in Kolkata. From where I can get that?
There is no link for, it's a physical program. So there is a Google form being circulated. So you apply in that and you will get the mail from our help desk here.
I
You register.
haven't find any mail.
What you do is, if you have not received any mail, write to helpdesk@icai.in. Helpdesk OP.
Okay.
Operations ka short form OP. Helpdesk OP@ici.in. Just mention that I would like to attend the physical FDP at Kolkata. Kindly share with me the details.
I have already sent it twice, but
No. Have you registered in the Google form?
I haven't received any Google form.
No. In that mail, if you have received, there is a Google form also where you need to register.
Then this is the problem. I have not received any email or Google.
Yeah, that is why I'm asking. If you have not received email, it's okay. You just write to helpdesk.op@ici.in, mentioning that you are interested to join the program at Kolkata, we'll immediately send you the mail which you have not received. We'll immediately post you the mail wherein all the details for registration and other details are given there, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
You're right.
Rita, ma'am,
We'll
may I
respond to
now
you.
ask my question?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I'm from Hyderabad. I wanted to understand if what is the mechanism for attendance of this FDP?
It's all getting recorded, ma'am. That is why I'm requesting the members to rename themselves. No, that I want
Okay.
to know who
All right.
all
So
are
you will
attending.
mark it based on the name
Yeah, it
that
is
you
Zoom
put.
recording. You know that it gets recorded. So that is the purpose why I'm requesting all the members to rename themselves so that we know which are the members who are attending the session. Yeah.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Got it.
Hello, ma'am. Dr. Sanjay is here from Ahmedabad. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tomorrow I'll be joined by 11:30 because of my morning session at ICI Ahmedabad. It is okay.
You'll miss the first hour or 2 hours. I don't know.
Excuse me, I just wanted to find out. We have been told that there'll be a physical FDP on 24th and 25th June in Kolkata. So, do we have to attend that also, or this will be enough?
Someone is connected with two devices. Can that be looked into? Like because there is a lot of echo we can hear. So if somebody is connected with two devices, can they log out from one of the devices, please?
How to raise hand? I'm not able to make out.
The fourth or fifth one, which says, where is that?
It says reactions.
Reactions, yeah.
To get it. Anyway, I just wanted to know that do we have to attend the FDP, physical FDP also on 24th and 25th June in Kolkata?
Please
Because
do.
I have a, huh? No, I
Please
have
do.
an
The more,
observership.
more FDP you attend, the more you learn.
No, if it is compulsory, then I have to say I have an observership of ICI on the 24th. So I'll have to miss it. So that's what I was inquiring.
No. If you have done this one FDP, you really don't have to do. But what we would encourage is to attend as many FDPs, because with every FDP, every speaker, you learn something.
No, that
new.
I'll do on 25th. 24th,
করুন
আচ্ছা, ঠিক
আপনি
আছে।
করুন ঠিক আছে না
Okay.
हाँ जी ज्योति जी सीए ज्योति गोयल जी बताइए I don't know. Maybe he's raised a hand and forgot to put it down.
Yeah, sorry, sir. Yeah, I forgot to lower it. I'll do that.
Not to worry. No, I understand. I
Sorry.
understand. Yeah, sure. हाँ जी नितिन भाई नितिन कुमार Nitin Kumar ji, you want to say something? Parskane. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a last name. Haji, Dhruva Goyal ji, CA, tell me, sir.
Sir, good morning, sir. Sir,
Morning.
just a small little query that, sir, can I have to register for this virtual mode also? Is there any registration process for this virtual mode? Is there any need?
Boss, you'll have to ask Board of Studies. I'm not. I'm faculty today.
Okay, sir.
Honestly, I don't know how to answer, but.
Okay.
Ma'am from BO I can respond to this question.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm Pankaj. So yeah, previously they had sent us the mail about the various dates on which this FDP is being conducted, and we could register there and there itself and confirm our participation. So there was a form given to us by mail. I think in the first week of June for various dates.
Sir, I got your point, but till the date I have not registered for this on virtual mode FDP. I have registered for Jodhpur also, but for certain reason I am not able to join the physical mode. So, is there any editing process or further?
So I think that should not be a problem, but maybe the admin can further, give a precise answer to your question.
Ma'am answered this thing. Since whosoever is attending through this mode, they are being getting recorded over there with their name. So that will be taken care in the record with whosoever attended this virtual mode. Because many of the people have not been able to register because there was, as you said, the mail was received in the first week of June.
Yeah.
So that mail was regarding the form. Because one third and fourth and fifth, third, fourth, fifth June was also the schedule for this online FDP. And the second was for 13, 14, 15 that we are attending at present. So in that mail also, it was more about filling up that form. But after filling the form, it takes to the, like I said, it takes you to the directly to the recording version, not this interactive version of Zoom link.
Hello everyone.
Regarding registration, I mean, I also want to say something. Like yesterday, I got the mail for today's virtual FDP. So I did registration, and the link took me to ICAI TV kind of a thing, wherein the meeting has not started. Obviously, when it's supposed to be starting 9:30 a.m.
That's
today,
what,
how
ma'am.
can it start yesterday?
That's what, ma'am, I'm saying. When you go through that registration link, they take you to the ICI TV. After
Yeah. So
registration, that
yesterday
ICI TV.
I registered myself and was taken to ICAI TV. And today in the morning at 9:36 a.m. I joined using the Zoom link. That's it.
Zoom link that
So
we got. That's what I
re-registration is
wanted
not
to.
supposed to be done, right?
No, nothing.
Okay. Thank you.
Right. Shall we proceed with the class? Is everybody in?
Yes, sir. Actually,
Yes,
just
sir.
one thing I wanted to add.
Yes, sir, please.
Actually, just to save my battery, actually, it was just running down. So I just logged in from my desktop as well. And there it was showing admin. When I asked you a question, it was showing as admin. But on my mobile, it is showing Nitin Kumar Faras Karne wala. That is,
I've
I'm from
noted,
Delhi
sir.
Computer.
I've noted, sir. Don't worry. I've noted.
Yeah.
In your
So
case, I've
yes.
noted, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dhruv Goel ji, you want to say something? Okay. Ritish Rampuria ji, you're saying something, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Morning, yeah.
Till अभी तक बहुत अच्छा सेशन चल रहा है. सर एक क्वेश्चन था जो ओसी के स्टूडेंट होते हैं दे आर वेरी इनटू लर्निंग व्हाटएवर वी आर टीचिंग. वो बहुत एंथुसियास्टिक रहते हैं, मगर जो एमसीएस के स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं उन लोगों को फाइनल एग्जाम की टेंशन रहती है. उन लोग को ऐसा लगता है कि ये एक बर्डन है, हम लोग को करना कंपलसरी है, इसलिए हम लोग कर रहे हैं. तो यही एक प्रॉब्लम आती है कि एमसीएस स्टूडेंट को मोटिवेट करने में थोड़ी दिक्कत आती है कि दैट इट इज अ वैल्यू एडिशन फॉर यू ऑल.
नहीं, देखिए, मैं बार बार यही कहता हूँ एमसीएस स्टूडेंट्स को. ऑफ कोर्स अभी तो इंस्टीट्यूट ने अपना प्रोग्राम चेंज किया है. अभी फिलहाल अभी नया इसमें 2 साल आप आर्टिकलशिप करने के बाद उसके बाद पूरा 1 साल मिलता है ये जीएमसीएस करने के लिए. तो आगे से ये तो ये आपका जो तलवार जो है वो लटक रहा है, सबको रहेगा टिल यू पास दैट एग्जाम, वो नहीं है. लेकिन मैं कहता हूँ स्टूडेंट्स के, यार एग्जाम पास करके क्या करोगे अगर आपका कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, आप आर्टिकुलेशन स्किल्स सही नहीं है तो बॉस आपको कोई नौकरी नहीं देने वाला है. आप रैंक होल्डर हो सकते हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि आप कल वहां जाके मैं तो कहता हूँ देखो यार, आज के बाजार में आप सीए पास किए हैं, आपको 6 लाख रुपया का जॉब मिलेगा, लेकिन आपका अंग्रेजी अच्छा है, आप अच्छा आपको प्रेजेंट कर सकते हैं, आप ये सारे प्रिंसिपल्स जो हम लोग सिखा रहे हैं उसको आपने अच्छी तरह इंटरनलाइज किया है, तो आपको यू स्टार्ट विद 18 लाख 20 लाख जॉब. आई टेल देम इन माय ओन कंपनी, दड़ा बाबा, my own company, I take people who can be what we call customer facing. I'm going to sit in front of a customer. দাদা আপনার একটু ফোন এটা করুন. So this is the way to, Rampuria ji, this is the way to kind of say, your future is in your hands. If you think that just passing exam, you'll become a CA, you will not. It's not good enough.
Okay, sir.
It's not good enough. So if you kind of show the mirror, it's our job as FDP, as faculty, I repeatedly say, to show them the purpose of why the institute is taking so much pains to do this in 134 centers. It is for the benefit of students to just light that fire. 15 दिन में कुछ नहीं होगा, लेकिन 15 दिन में उनका जो ये जो इसका जो जोश जो है वो उसका जो है एक इट विल बी लाइटेड, सो दैट बंदा जो है वो अपना सोचेगा यार बात तो सही है, अगर मेरा अंग्रेजी थोड़ा गड़बड़ है तो मैं किस तरह से लाइफ में प्रोग्रेस करूंगा, हर जगह पे अंग्रेजी लगती है।
Yes, sir.
तो अपने आप का पैर में कुल्हाड़ी मारने की वजह से अगर थोड़ा बहुत वो अपना कोशिश करें तो आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। ये हमारी फर्ज है। मैं इसमें आपको जरूर कहूंगा आगे चल के कि हमारी फर्ज क्या होता है। हमारे फर्ज यह है कि वी हैव टू शो द मिरर टू द स्टूडेंट एंड टेल देम दैट लुक, अ ग्लोरियस फ्यूचर अवेट्स यू, प्रोवाइडेड there's a big provision you make all the attempts. अंग्रेजी किसी का मातृभाषा नहीं है, at least not that I see, I know. All of us had to learn English, all of us had to do ABCD, all of us had to do Baba Black Sheep, all of us had to kind of develop that public speaking ability. I was trained in public speaking by the age of 13-14. हमको 11 साल से 15 साल, I finished my school at the age of 15. I had to give one essay every week. Every week हमको एक essay देना पड़ता था। वो फ्राइडे को देना पड़ता, मंडे मॉर्निंग वो पूरा रेड में आता है, यहाँ पे गलती है, यहाँ पे गलती है, यहाँ पे ग्रामर सही नहीं है, यहाँ पे स्टाइल सही नहीं है। बट एंड ऑफ 3 years my written English was perfect. My written English was perfect. So I just gifted that I went to a school where we had elocution contest, debating contest, English essays to be given. I had to read one book every week. बचपन से एक किताब हर हफ्ते पढ़ना पड़ता था और उसके बाद एक बुक रिव्यू सबमिट करना पड़ता था. So that was the school that I went to in Patna, St. Michael's, where they believe that communication, they don't call it communication skill. They said you're not complete. You're not complete if you're not able to express yourself. अब हमारी एजुकेशन सिस्टम में ये थोड़ा अधूरी रह गया, खास तौर से प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन. आप एक लॉयर को ले लीजिए, लॉयर मेक्स a living by speaking. And today a chartered accountant also is in the same category. He makes a living by speaking. Articulating, speaking, convincing, putting his opinion, convincing his clients, boss, ये जो आप रास्ता चुने हैं वो सही नहीं है, इस तरह से कीजिए तो आपका ही फायदा होगा. As we go higher and higher up, if I have to convince my board, if I have to convince my audit committee, if I have to convince my own people, wherever I go, I said I'm in the business of speaking. As a CFO, what do? I keep on speaking. यार, I either listen or speak. यही दो काम है मेरा. मेरे नीचे बहुत लोग हैं काम करने के लिए, लेकिन मेरा काम है I listen and I speak. अच्छा जी, Abhilash Gupta ji, you have something to say, sir?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Abhilasha.
My apologies. I'm extremely sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, sir. Sir, as far as I know, faculty feedback is also taken by students. Am I right?
Faculty development? No, it's only
Feedback.
faculty.
Faculty feedback is also taken from students. So,
जी हाँ जी हाँ.
if this is
हम
right,
सेशन
then
का
I'll
फैकल्टी
compare
नहीं.
it to-
Sorry, my apologies. I am not talking about session feedback. I am talking about feedback as to, are you making sense of what you're teaching?
Sir, I just wanted to say that we take 1 or 2 session, and for that session, students give feedback for us. So it will be better if we are shared our feedback. So if it is good, then it's good, and if there are any room for improvement, we can.
इसको देंगे feedback.
So faculty feedback.
फैकल्टी फीडबैक किसको देंगे?
To individual faculty.
हाँ जी,
To
other
individual
faculty.
faculty. Yeah. No,
नहीं,
no. To themselves only.
So, can I say something about it, sir? If you allow
One
me.
sec, Jyoti. I'll come back to you. There's Nandini ji waiting. हाँ, Nandini Datta ji. बोलो, कुछ बोलते चाहें? She's not responding. Maybe she doesn't know how to put it back. हाँ, Pankaj Maheshwari ji.
Hello.
Yes,
No,
sir.
Sorry, Nandini ji, you come alive. Tell me, yeah.
Actually, one of our colleagues, Krishna Bhakti, I don't know how she's logged in. She's not visible here. So I think she has to go through the Zoom link, isn't it? To be able to be visible. She's attending from 9 o'clock, but she's not able to raise any questions, she says, because she's not visible here. I didn't see her name in
I'm
the participant.
coordinating for her. I'm coordinating for her, ma'am.
She's trying to call helpline. Nobody's
Yeah, I'm
helping her.
calling. I was talking to her only in the back end.
उन्हीं करे देबे चिंता करो नहीं. हाँ जी, पंकज माहेश्वरी जी.
Yes, sir. So just to question what Mr. Rajpuria ji asked you, one of the point that I make to the students, like there is an individual brilliance and then there is a collective, teamwork. So individual brilliance, you can walk some distance, but if you want to walk a long distance, you have to be with the team, and that's where all these the skills that we are learning come into picture when you enter the corporate world, and these are very very important because I myself I'm from an IT background and I do lead the teams from multi countries and multi ethnics. So 20% technical skills and 80% our own interpersonal skills, they matter the most when it comes to working in the teams from across the nations. So this is what I tell them. Almost in every class I make this point to the children.
Do they believe you?
Sir, because I always elaborate or corroborate what I say with my own personal experiences in the corporate world so far.
I was coming to that.
Yeah.
So the learning here is that share as much of your personal experience as to how excellence in communication skill has made the difference to you in your life.
Exactly.
There is nothing more for students to believe in a faculty. The faculty themselves said, यार मैं भी बहुत struggle करता था, मेरा भी एक ऐसा जमाना था जब मैं अंग्रेजी बोल नहीं पाता था, फिर मैंने सीख लिया था, फिर हमने जो कष्ट करके ये करके वो करके आहिस्ते आहिस्ते ऐसे करके एक जगह पे पहुंच गया था कि जहाँ पे हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है बात करने में. As faculty, it's our responsibility. Nothing will register as hard as your own personal stories that people will remember. And when they see, that's why I said, first impressions are important. I will take two more questions because I got fair amount of material to kind of to cover, and I will leave some 15-20 minutes towards the last to take all the questions put together from all my sessions. So can I have Rupa Venkateshan, please?
Yeah.
Venkatesh, sorry.
Hi. First of all, I must confess I'm having a wonderful time listening to you and to the inputs received from the others. So that's been a great thing. I suppose as faculty, sometimes we forget to listen to other faculty members. And for me, this is a really good thing. Two things I wanted to make as a point. One is you spoke about personal experience. I think that is the one very big thing which has really impacted the kind of sessions I've done. I have had very good feedback whenever I have had these sessions. And I have essentially shared some of my experiences from the various corporate entities I've been with. I have most of the time, unfortunately, shared some of the mistakes I have made, errors I've committed, errors in judgment and errors, very honest errors. And they have found the ability to learn at my mistakes and hopefully not make them again. The other point I wanted to make was you talked about English. And I have actually requested or sent a note to the Board of Studies as well, what we could include in English, which comes from my experience of teaching at the University of Mysore. communicative and spoken English program, which covers a lot of English and English grammar, which we did for grad and undergrad and postgrad students. So I realized that there is a big gap even in English medium educated students. So I do hope that the Board of Studies will take this up seriously.
Rupaji, thank you for these inputs. The Board of Studies, I know, is aware of this, but let me share quickly because, so already going to be 12 o'clock. My own personal experience in this. As part of CSR in my company, we recognize that the slum kids have no chance in life, even if they get educated, if they don't understand, speak English fluently. So what did we do? We went to Pune University, language lab, took their software. We are an IT company. We gave the computers. And for faculty, we used the housewives of our own engineers who are sitting at home. They are all highly qualified people, educated people who could speak Marathi and Hindi, Marathi and English. We used a language lab. That is how you learn the language with a computer which kind of says, repeat this word. Now you got the pronunciation right. There are excellent software available which use technology. In 1.5 years, the slum kids could speak better English than our associates.
Wow.
So I have a lot of experience in this, but we will kind of be drifting from the central theme of today's this thing. I'll take one more question and move along. And people who have missed out the question can again come back to me during the question time. Otherwise, as somebody had very clearly said, this is not FDP. This seems to be some kind of a chat. Haji, Aneri Shet, CA Aneri. I don't know, I'm poor in pronunciation. So pardon me for that.
Hello, good morning, sir. It's Aneri.
Aneri, huh?
Sir, I have been taking OC and MCS trainings since 2017 at Ahmedabad branch and also at Baroda branch. Recently, I came across one experience during OC training, and it was almost the last day of their OC training. I had come in the middle, and then I had to take another session at the end. So I was discussing about how much worth they have found from the experience of 15 days of soft skills training. So most of them had a great experience. They had good learnings and all those things, but there were 5 to 6 of them who did not find the worth of the amount of fees that they are paying. So that is what the feedback that came in, that they didn't find it was worth of whatever the fee, 7,000 or whatever it is. And I always tell them that this is not an expense that you are making, this is an investment that you are making. It is up to you, sir. How
No,
would you think?
it is like the same quote of Professor T.S. Garewal. The donkey knows only the weight of the sandalwood, not its value.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that was a very different experience. And how can we tackle them better in terms of when they
No, you don't
come?
have to no, look, you don't have to solve the problems of the world. You have to be true to yourself. If it out of 50 people, 5 people say that they didn't get the feeling, the balance 45 found value, na. But
Yes, yes,
aage chalo. Because some of these, trying to kind of solve the problems of the world will never be get naughty. You just have to be true to yourself. I'll take one last question from Richa and then
Thank
I'll
you.
move on to my
Thank you, sir.
PowerPoints. Richa, soft skill trainer. I don't
Good
know,
morning. I
location is
hope
not
I'm
there.
audible.
Yeah, you're loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to know how to become a member of ICAI.
So you have to pass the exams, get the training, go through 5 years of hard, intensive self-study.
Okay, so in case we are not a chartered accountant, we are a soft skills trainer. So are we allowed to become a member?
No. This is an exclusive club of people who, I won't say club. इसमें तो हालत हो जाता है just to pass the exam. But if you do want to do well in life, you have to kind of pass the foundation exam and then give this OC and then pass the intermediate exam. I'm talking about the new scheme. Tomorrow, somebody will come and explain it in greater detail. Give that intermediate exam and then You given 1 year for improving all your skills, and then give the final exam, pass it, and then you become a member. It's a fairly arduous, it's one of the world's toughest courses. It's been arguably one of the toughest exams to pass. So it's a very privileged membership. And as I said, it's a donkey story. People know we complain about the load, but not the value. And as I explained in my first presentation, 4-5 years of experience, you're worth your weight in gold, provided your experience is right and you got the right mentors and things like that. Okay, so let me kind of switch gears and give you the presentation on adult learning, teaching and training and adult learning. And then I'll give you some more time for question and answers. And then I move to the next one, which is emotional training. So I'm sharing my screen here, and let me see. Yeah. Can you folks see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You need to put
All
it
right.
on full screen mode.
I got
It can be
sure.
in slideshow.
Yeah. So this was the original agenda: introduction to training and teaching, key difference between training and teaching, principles of adult learning, visual learning, auditory learning, kinesthetic learning, tailoring instruction to learning styles, and conclusion. Now, I could have just given this presentation and we would not have a kind of internalizing some of the learnings that I said about setting expectations, communication, removing fear, creating that impression, and so on and so forth. But I'm going through with the presentation. Sorry.
Moving, Subi.
Sir, your screen is not in the full mode. Can you put
It's in
it
the
on
full mode. It's on the full mode in my this thing.
On our view, it is not.
Not
sir.
in the presentation mode.
Not in the slideshow mode.
Yeah.
Slideshow.
Moving.
Sir, you're actually presenting the wrong slide deck, I think, sir.
Yeah, I'm presenting the same one, training and teaching.
But we are not able to view it actually. That's the thing.
This is something on
We are
ICA
on the
background slide.
background
That's what
only.
you're saying.
Yeah, that's
So
true.
what is visible is your morning slideshow.
Okay, let me kind of just try it again. Can you see this?
Yes, this is
Yeah, we can see the
Yeah,
slide,
now
but
we
it
can
is
see.
not in slideshow mode.
Yeah, because if I try to do
what
Haji?
they are trying to say is that you can click on the right side corner. There is a cup. On that cup, you click.
No.
Yeah.
I look. Thank you very much. When I do that, you guys say that it's like I'm clicking now. Now you say you're not able to see it. You're able to see?
Now
Yes.
we are able to see.
Yeah, perfect, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. This is perfect.
Yes, boss.
This is fine. Chalo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm very obliged for you guys. I for more than 12 years earned a living only doing PPT all my life. So we're very fast and good in it. Doesn't matter. But Zoom came much later. So some of these I'm slightly rusty on Zoom, though I earned a living teaching in Zoom also. So let's move forward. This is our agenda today. Are you able to see it?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
All right.
sir.
So introduction to training and teaching. What is the difference between training and teaching? Training is skill focused and aims to improve performance through practice. Training is knowledge focused. Both methods can impart educational and development goals. It's extremely important to understand the difference because you need to do a bit of both. When we as faculty, we do a little bit of both. Sometimes we teach, sometimes we are in the training mode. Training is essentially, in terms of meaning, it's an academic activity. in which the teacher imparts, teaching is an academic activity where you kind of give knowledge on a concepts to a student. Whereas training is learning process where a person is given instruction and guidance by a professional concerning specific skills or job. In teaching, the approach is theoretical. In training, the approach is practical. In teaching, you provide for new knowledge to students. Every time you come, you cover a little bit of the syllabi, or you cover a certain chapter, and every class you incur a new knowledge. Whereas in training, and this is a fundamental difference, it's an application of existing knowledge to learners in a very specific manner. Teaching is, in terms of emphasis, is emphasis on education, knowledge, and wisdom. Training is an application of existing knowledge of learners in a very specific manner. So in the CA curriculum, we have both. We have teaching in self-taught basis or coaching classes. But in a day job, we do training. That is, we associate ourselves with a practicing chartered accountant, or now we have this industrial training where 1 year you work in any organization where you use the application of your existing knowledge. If you are in audit, you add a little bit of audit. You do actually the audit. I mean, when you bulk of our CA education is practice oriented. I mean, that is true of all professions. In a doctor, they learn the theory of medicine, but actually they learn everything during their night shifts or during their house surgeon or house internship, as they call it. So training and teaching go hand in hand. Teaching is a classroom environment. Training is a work environment. Teaching, you have a breadth of knowledge from a point of view of inculcates a breadth of knowledge in different spheres. There's not one specific segment of knowledge, but multiple segments of knowledge. Whereas training is something in depth in a particular sphere. That's a fundamental difference between teaching and training. So the objective focus is training is to develop specific skills for practical application, while teaching focuses on imparting knowledge and understanding the concepts. Training often occurs in a workplace or hands-on setting, as I told you, in the articleship for a CA student, or in the factory or in the shop floor, emphasizing real-world application. So you learn a lot only when you actually do. Whereas teaching happens in a classroom or academic setting focused on theoretical learning. Duration and approach. Training is usually short-term and task-oriented with immediate goals. Generally it's a short-term and task-oriented, whereas teaching is often long-term, covering a broad range of subjects. So, the fundamental concept between training and teaching is explained here. Let's go into adult learning. Adult learning principles focus on self-direction, leveraging prior experience and relevance to real-world tasks. These principles help in designing training that is engaging and effective to all adult trainers. Understanding these principles ensure trainers can meet the unique need of adult traders and leading to better outcomes. So it's not, when we treat people as adults, quite apart from the respect and opinion and feedback, adults train in a different way. Which are all the different way principles? First one is visual. In visual learning, we harness the innate power of imagery, graphics, and spatial representation to convey complex ideas and make it indispensable tool for educators, learners, and professionals alike. For bulk of learning in India, there's always a whiteboard and a chalk. There's nothing, the diagrams, or whether it is a flow chart or a diagram or the concepts being explained, in a maths class, the professor or the teacher putting the equation and solving the problem. We all learned in a visual way. And you always learn, barring the ancient sign. Okay, we'll come to the various figures, then I will talk about it. So you use visual learning, images, diagrams, and charts to convey information. Incorporating infographics and visual aids to simplify concepts and data. using videos and animations. Now, there was a question in the class as to look, when people, because attention span of people, apparently they say it's not more than 20-25 minutes. So my recommendation or suggestion, use videos and animation. There's YouTube video on almost any topic. If you find the class getting a bit restless or you want to bring energy, because people generally tend to focus on a moving picture. So have your own bank of videos and use videos for impact and effect, plus also as a placeholder. Because when the video is being shown, a 20-minute video, then you get time to take your own breath. And believe me, some of the concepts can be beautifully explained simply in a video. As they say, a picture is equal to 1,000 words, a movie is equal to 1 lakh words. So videos and animation, mind maps and flow charts, especially when you're teaching something technical, we always use flow charts and nat charts and things like that. Practical examples with slide presentations with visuals. I'm actually doing visual training now when I am using a slide to convey the thoughts. Whereas, okay, I'll come back to the various methods of training later. Auditory learning, which is what I was doing from morning. Auditory learn absorb information best through listening and, of course, reflection. They benefit from lectures, discussions, and audio materials. Ancient India, the entire learning happens through the auditory learning. I mean, if you want to learn the Vedas or you want to learn anything, it was always, there was no books, always by listening. Look, I am a musician of Hindustani classical music. So in our tradition, the guru will sing for you and you have to absorb it. In my case, I play the sitar. So my teacher or my guru will play the sitar and I'll have to pick it up purely from auditory. In training, auditory learning can be facilitated. Sometimes with explanation, podcasts. Today, the new technology says that as many podcasts you learn to improve yourself, there are plenty available. It helps you. You listen, and if you are able to understand English, because there are podcasts and there are videos in all languages. Best practices using clear and concise language, storytelling, encouraging verbal. So adults learn through visual learning, through auditory learning, which is the third one, kinesthetic learning. In kinesthetic learning, learning involves physical activities. This is what we use a combination of what the people who are in HR and who do training do it very well. They involve games, they involve group discussions, they divide people and then give them some task to do so that they are able to demonstrate learning through actual doing. So there is visual learning, auditory learning, kinesthetic learning. Learners retain information better when they are actively engaged in the learning process. The problem with auditory learning and visual learning is it's all nice when you see, but when you actually try to do it, it becomes, "Arey yaar, wo kya tha, wo bhul gaya, ek bhul gaya." Especially if you are doing, say, training somebody in Excel or training somebody in PowerPoint. So effective methods in kinesthetic learning is, again, involves a lot of role playing, simulations, and hands-on tasks. So adult learning involves the intelligent use of all these three methods. Visual learning, you use diagrams, charts, and written instructions. In auditory learning, you engage through discussions, podcasts, and verbal use, storytelling. And kinesthetic learning is hands-on, using learners to physically engage in various groups. Now, how much of what, whether you want to do visual, whether you want to do auditory, whether you want to do kinesthetic, is again dependent on how you want to kind of use the tools. I'll take all questions. Let me run through the PPT, then I will use the questions because the PPT is not very long. Just one more slide. Understanding the difference between training and teaching is crucial. Training focuses on skill development, incorporating adult learning principle, more or less what I said. Applying this, how you apply this principle can enhance engagement, retention, and overall learning experiences. So when somebody says that, look, the class is not interested, the class that lacks energy, I'll say that you have not used the right techniques. You have to use a mix of all the three. I use the mix of all the three. I sometimes use just I use PowerPoints, then I come back with YouTube videos, then I distribute the class in various groups, give them a task and say that, look, now you apply these principles, and then from their mistakes, I make them realize where they went wrong. So as faculty, use these techniques and you will surely make a huge impact. But you have to do a lot of preparation. You have to do a lot of preparation to download that particular video from YouTube. You have to do a lot of preparation in making that group discussion through a case study or by a certain activity. And these are the building blocks of adult learning. So I will stop here because the other one is the summary of what I had said. If you have any questions on adult learning principles, which is auditory, visual, auditory, and kinesthetics, and the use of these tools in our class will make the difference. Yes, Nandini ji, bolon.
What is podcast? I've been reading about it, but I really don't know what it is.
Oh, so very nice. Very relevant question. So if you have a phone, these are recorded conversations. These are recorded conversations which will, over a period of time, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, 1 hour, will have interviews, will have real life experiences and discussions. Bangla amra boli na adda. In Bengali we call it adda. So it's really an adda on a certain topic.
It's called podcast.
Podcast, yeah. It's very powerful. If you have a phone, you can, whether it's an Android or iOS, you can just search for podcasts, and there are podcasts on every subject on the earth, whether it is yoga, music, cooking, sewing, cricket, politics, plenty. You can educate yourself through podcasts.
Okay, thank you.
You tell me your interest, and you kind of write to me. I'll give you a recommendation of podcast. Aji, Preeti Boraji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So whatever the way you took today's session, like you come up with the questions and then you came with the presentation, the same way actually we do. Like I then give them oral information and then go with the PPT. That helps me a lot. And thank you for adding the knowledge. And one thing actually, one code usually I tell to all my students, if you allow, it's like कि जो खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता, जो खैरात में मिलती कामयाबी तो हर शख्स कामयाब होता, फिर न होती किसी हुनर की और ना ही कोई शख्स लाजवाब होता, फिर न होती हुनर की और ना ही कोई शख्स लाजवाब होता. And that gives them like motivation. Yes, if we do something, then okay, you didn't get it.
I don't understand Hindi poetry so
Hindi.
well.
Okay. Yes, it's like that you need to do something. Everyone is not born talented. You have to do a lot of hard work to get the success, and that's why that success is valued and respected. And as you have already entered in this profession, so you are on the first step. And yes, you go on the steps, and the success will be at your footstep.
You know, my problem is this. When I was growing up, I was always told this: hard work.
Yes, sir.
So,
Yes, sir.
I never tell faculty to say hard work. I tell faculty to tell their own stories.
Yes.
Nothing resonates to students, the principles or the value of hard work, integrity, till you tell your own stories. You know what? I used to study 18 hours, 20 hours. I used to borrow books I used to sit in the library only. And, whichever is your real story with authenticity. Actually, I wouldn't say story. Story means imaginative. Whatever is your real life example, nothing inspires a student more than what comes from the heart.
Very true. Yes,
So,
sir.
so your job as faculty, because as I said, you are the institute for the student. The student does not see the institute. You are the institute. You have a responsibility and an obligation towards the CA profession in taking this as your life mission to make that difference to that seeker of knowledge. And these are the principles that we are giving you in this FDP. Use videos, use your own examples, structure your own games to drive the message home.
Even I have experienced this in the class.
Yes, ma'am.
That whenever I share my experiences of 39 years of journey in this CA fraternity as a professional chartered accountant. Whenever I share these experiences.
Your name is not there. Your name is my initial SB.
Okay,
anyway,
okay.
You can tell your name.
My name is Krishna Bakchi. I don't know. I will just check how I can change my name. I met you in Cochin, sir. When we were, I was also in Cochin for a long time. I'm basically a Bengali, but my husband was working for Contemporary and you were in Harrison's Malayalam. We met several times at Cochin Club and all this.
I'm so sorry, I'm not able to recollect, but yeah,
I know. It was long before. And I was in Mr. Manju Menon's office in Piano Containers. I was there as a consultant. Actually, I was there. And I am back to Kolkata now, but I'm taking these classes for a long time. And what I would like to tell you that yes, these experiences when we share, they get very much engrossed in the class, and they say that we want to hear this. These are your experiences as a professional chartered accountant, and according to the class, according to the module of that particular day, I mean, I try to.
Fair enough.
You know, I try to, according to the module of the class, I try to give that experience. Like when I say about the professional opportunities for chartered accountants, so I share my experience with what I have faced in the bank audits and all, as a what can be termed as a forensic audit and all this. I have also done forensic audit course also.
So
my husband is Somen Bakchi, you may be knowing, remembering. You did your articleship together in GCG, I think.
Upre baap, acha. Somen ke amader namaskar ta bole deven. Yeah, I did articles from Gupta Chaudhary Ghosh, that is GCG, as he said, so in Calcutta. So this essence of what Krishna said is that you resonate with your class as far as possible with your own personal examples. Use visual aids, use YouTube videos, use the power of games. Adults learn better that way when you connect all the three. For that, of course, you have to kind of plan it in such a way. And most important, I repeatedly say, every class teaches you an opportunity how you want to improve yourself as a teacher, as a faculty, or as a trainer. Use that. Never be satisfied by saying, no, I have reached this level and therefore I don't have to go anything further. The more you are authentic, the more you will resonate with your students. And it will be a fantastic way that you make the difference for that student. Nitin Kumarji, you want to say something?
Sir, one thing I just wanted to have from you is that the visual learning, yes, I have used it. Podcast, I'm yet to use it. I'll just have to edit it maybe before.
No, podcast is something for you to educate yourself. I mean, you can't play a 25-minute podcast in your
yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Editing has to be done.
podcast is, you see, today today you want to learn, say you want to learn English.
Yeah.
So there is a beautiful podcast called All Ears English, All EARS English. So there got some 2,800 episodes on various aspects of construction and use of English. It's also there in YouTube, All Ears English.
Okay.
So
Thank you, sir.
podcast is something for your own self-development. YouTube is again, whatever is there in the audio format is there in video format by and large. You can use YouTube videos, you can use motivational videos, you can use, there are endless learning materials available for both visual and then there are so many games that you can design. And if you're in any doubt, you ask ChatGPT or Google, they'll give you enough games.
Yeah.
All up to your imagination. How do you want to hold on to the class? हाँ पंकज जी बताइए.
Just
Sir,
one more question.
one of the method which I tell to students like who actually are short of like English, I do tell them to like read some newspaper or a paragraph in standing in front of the mirror and observe themselves. Another one is that to record their voice while they read and again listen it and observe it and where they find themselves as like any mistake or something, again repeat the exercise for them by themselves and do this for almost a regular basis so that like they improve upon their reading skills as well as the communication skills and articulation of sentences that they should make while communicating. So this is how I suggest.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Just one more small thing, sir, which I wanted to.
Yeah, Nitin Kumar ji.
Sir, as regarding this kinesthetic learning, do you have any particular source where we can get the material for different games that we can play with the in the?
Oh, there is plenty. Just search Google.
Okay. Directly.
Plenty.
Okay. Thank you. Some of them I'm using already.
I normally do through case studies.
Okay.
Of course, I teach leadership and strategy. So in my case, I give them a case and say, what would you do under the circumstances?
Perfect. Right.
Based on all the learnings that I have been kind of discussing with you for 3 hours or 4 hours. Today, actually, I wanted to do that, but I don't think I have the time. And this group is pretty large. Last I saw it was 177 members. I don't know how many members are there now. Then, by the time I hear everybody, 202. Oh well, I scored a double century. I never had an audience was 200 plus. The last one I had was 150 when I addressed ICWA local here for artificial intelligence. They said, sir, that we had a free version which takes only 150 plus. So I'm very happy. But the whole idea is that let me kind of summarize what I've been saying from morning. Adult learning involves not only teaching, it involves you as a trainer. How do you want to improve yourself? How do you want to kind of move from one level of excellence to another level? The very fact that you have reached as a faculty of ICAI means you have a certain level of excellence. Otherwise, you would not be here because ICA has got a fairly good way of getting a feedback and then, filtering people who really make the difference. But with every class, you have an obligation to improve yourself continuously. Then I said, you have to treat your, I wouldn't say children, but your students or your seekers as adults so that they become responsible and they take ownership. Then I said, you have to remove fear from the classroom because fear comes in the way of learning. Then I said, you have to make that impression on the student by as much as possible coming from the heart. Then I said, how do you have to kind of respect, get the feelings or get the feedback of the class by constantly seeking and revising. All right. So these were the major lessons. Then I said that, look, they put the PowerPoint and said that there's a difference between teaching and training. Teaching is classroom, training is showing how. And there are these adult learning methods, which are more or less now fundamentally learning experts have kind of understood and codified. I put it in simple language. It is visual, it is auditory, it is kinesthetic. So between the three, which mix you will do what is left to your judgment of understanding your students. But ideally, I would use a lot more videos. I have attended sessions where the professor gives just one video. I have attended sessions where they show a full 1.5 hour film and then we talk about it. And then the guy kind of gets the learning from our own reflections and our own what is the central message of this film. So I found that very, very powerful. Uh, Visual, if you're using some technical learning, then visual is very important. But kinesthetic is the one which gives you the final understanding as to whether these guys have internalized what you have taught in the short term. So kinesthetic learning is to kind of make them do things either through exercises or through groups or through case studies. And then you evaluate yourself. Have you made the point and said, no, boss, this is not what I said. This is what I mean. And this is how you go it. When you do that, end of the session, you feel very energized. You feel very energized and you feel very satisfied. So this is what I had on adult learning. I have a further aspect which I need to kind of share purely based on my experience, and therefore let me kind of do that. Is my PPT clear for you guys?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So I put together about 9 principles, 9 or 8, I don't remember, but still we'll go through that. To make that impact, always be on time for the class. First thing in life, being punctual is very difficult for us Indians. One of the things, if at all, I've learned from the Western world is their respect for each other people's time. So as a faculty, please be on time, preferably ahead of time, to get the feel of the class, the infrastructure, the environment, test the technology. I come from a company with technology as a middle name, and generally technology doesn't work when it should. I touch my wood because I still have 1 hour of class to do, and I hope the technology works. Be fully prepared. Practice your delivery, have your lesson plan, time slots allotted, and never say that, look, I got slides, I'm sorry, I don't short of time. You quickly be on your feet and keep on allocating, keep on judging like a T20 game. How much time I have, how much content I have to cover, and accordingly ensure that you do justice to the content. If there is too much talking, you tell the person, put a person on hold and come back. There's no harm because you have an obligation to complete the course content or the lecture content that you have set for yourself. So that is be fully prepared. Third, have backup on learning resources. Your laptop doesn't work, have a pen drive. Have your slide, bring your own slide taker. If the mic doesn't work, bring your own mini speaker. This is what I do to ensure that I'm not interrupted for want of infrastructure. That doesn't happen nowadays. Now things are all stabilized. Have a library of learning tools and use them appropriately depending on how you're pacing the content. I got a collection of more than 150, 200 videos, and I can use it on any occasion, wherever I need before I plan the class. If you want to use auditory tools or visual tools, you have to create the collection from today. Whichever video you see, there are plenty of videos floating, and there is one video which is currently floating on Roger Federer's thing on leadership. Just take that video, save it in your library, and you can use it appropriately. Make that first impression, you get only one chance. The audience is very judgmental on the faculty. They make a quick difference. So making the first impression, be well dressed, be on time, be clean, be very clear about what you're trying to say. And first impressions are the last impressions. Listen well. something it's something very difficult for us Indians. We don't listen. We all hear. And if you want proof of it, go to any Arnab Goswami debate in the TV. Everybody is talking at the same time. So it's the most important thing is listen to your class, give them opportunity, take it out from them if they are not kind of responding. Listen to understand rather than to rebut. We quickly wanted to be in a defense mechanism. Please don't do that. The more you listen to understand, more you would learn and more you would grow. I'd explain this. I'm again reiterating. Quote from personal experience and your own journey. You are just unique as others are. Nothing can make an everlasting impact than what comes from your heart. Seek the feedback, which will improve your own skill and talent as change maker. Don't wait for formal reports. You ask people, you ask 10 guys, hey, is there anything I can do to improve? Is there anything? Doesn't matter. The students will tell you. Like the guy told me, your English is too business class. Speak, sir, speak in slow English or speak with a little bit of Hindi so that we understand. He had a point. He had literally a point. One more thing. You're here to make the difference to that knowledge seeker. Make the most of it. So this is what I had to say.
On the fifth point.
Sorry, ma'am.
Sir, I missed out on the fifth point, please.
Oh, there was no
There
fifth
was
point.
no 5.
I missed it. Sorry, there's no fifth error in my this thing. Thank you very much. That means you're really attending it. You're really attending the class. Thank you so much. These are just random thoughts of mine which had numbered it, so I could have made a mistake. Just shows I'm also a human, not a AI generated robot. So any questions on this topic so far? Madhu, you wanted to say something?
I wanted to say all these tips we all know, but the way you put them together, really good. I've noted down everything.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So can you please show the slides once again?
You want me to show that last 8 tips again?
Yeah, please.
Sure, sure. This is the first one, make the impact. You tell me, I'll move forward. Just say move forward, I'll move forward. Shall I move?
Yes, sir. Yes, please.
This is the second one. Be fully prepared. Practice your delivery. I mean, never be overconfident. He who practices will make that quick impact. Never be overconfident. Always practice. Don't go underprepared for a class. You'll be doing injustice to yourself and most important to the students. Third one, have backups. Sorry? Have backups of your learning resources. Normally you go with your laptop, but sometimes laptops have a way of technology has a knack of failing at the most appropriate time. Have it in a pen drive. Of course, now ICI has come up with smart drives and smart boards. So you just have to put a pen drive, have 2 pen drives with you. Have your own slide clicker, have your own speaker. If the mic kind of fails, you can again fall back onto your own speakers. Have a library of your learning tools. This is something that you have to collect over a lifetime if you really want to make an impact on using visual aids. Plenty of videos available, plenty of videos you get every day on your WhatsApp, and you can create these tools for yourself and use it appropriately depending on how you paste the content. 5 is a ghost slide. 6, make that first impression. You get only one chance. The audience is always judgment of that faculty. We as human beings are always judgment. So I don't blame the audience. We always judge people. You get that first, as I said, you get that first 3 seconds to make the first impression. So go well dressed, be professional in your outlook and approach. And if you're well prepared, you'll make that impression. Extremely important, because kids are, I'm using the word kids very loosely, the students are far more knowledgeable than you when it comes to understanding your depth of your knowledge. Listen well, listen to understand, then to rebut. Listen very well. It's a skill by itself. I can take one whole 4-hour session on listening alone. Quote from personal experience and your own journey, because you are unique just as others are. It will come from the heart. Any personal experience will come from the heart. Seek feedback, which will improve your skill and talent as a change maker. Don't wait for formal reports. Seek feedback from students. Meet them in private groups or after that, during break. Is there anything I can do to improve? Am I coming across? They will tell you. But for that, you have to do all my first fundamental principle: remove fear, give, and make treat them as adults. Then they'll give you feedback. Otherwise, they will just clamp up. Okay, ji. Any questions on this topic? Otherwise, I'll move to the second one. See, Anita Agrawal ji. Sorry, that's a mistake. Okay. Haji, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question, sir.
Yeah, ma'am.
Usually my session is on the 11th day, right, sir? And on the 11th day, I do agree with whatever you have said, and we do apply it in our sessions. But what happens is that on the 11th day, we do find lovebirds in our session. They are practically busy with themselves. They least interested in what the topic is being taught, and usually our attention also focuses. Sometimes we wander off there only. How to tackle these kind of situations?
What I understood, yours is on the 11th day, and by 11th day they are exhausted, fatigued, and they're not interested in how to keep. Use as many visual aids as possible.
No, sir. I said we have lovebirds in our class.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to pick up. Your voice is not very clear. Can anybody kind of?
She is saying that she faces certain boys and girls who have become love birds.
Oh, that is okay. I mean, that's perfectly fine in my view. What do you expect when you put boys and girls together? So that's fine. Just ignore. Tell them that if you want to be successful in life, both of you have to pass.
Perfect answer. Perfect answer.
Sir, may I?
Yeah, Pandaji, bataiye.
I compliment you. I'm also an NLP practitioner, and also I've undergone training on androgogy, adult. One point that you have just repeated, not only you have said, you have demonstrated it. Just now when you were answering the question, you said, if I've understood it correctly.
I'm not able to hear, sir. I'm not able to hear at all. I mean, tuition to bachina.
There are two devices, Mr. Sir.
Okay. One I'm closing, please, sir. Hello. Am I audible now?
Sorry, Pandaji, I can't hear you. Can we move to the next one? Otherwise, you can put your thoughts on the chat box.
Devices. Please log off one device.
Okay, in the interest of time, I'm moving to the next topic, which is emotional intelligence in education. And Kanto Nag, you want to say something? No, okay. Richa, soft skills. Haji, Richa, you want to say something?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sometimes
like more than one trainer, we get the same topic. For example, group discussion. There are 5 or 6 trainers who have to deliver a session on group discussion, and everybody comes out with a different explanation, and the trainees get confused. So, how to tackle that problem?
You figure out where they're getting confused.
The rules or something or the other, because everybody has a different style. So, that is a
So it's like it's like explaining. Like if I take the same session of adult learning, somebody else will take it. The essence will be the same, but their style, their delivery, their packaging, their engagement will be completely different.
Absolutely. For
Okay.
example, even if there is communication skill, everybody will come out with a different activity. But sometimes, it gets monotonous also, and
No, it may not.
confusion.
This is where your skill as a trainer will come. Moment you see something is monotonous, just pull out a video. Have a bank of videos, pull out a video, divide them into groups, give them an exercise which is
Because they say
relevant.
that we have been doing the same topic, since last 3 days. So
Which is you should tell them practice makes perfect. Because there are no specific answers, because I don't know who is scheduling what exactly, but in a situation like this, always use it to your advantage, always be positive. You know what? In life, you'll be superb in group discussion because you have done it 4 times. Haji Madhu ji, bataiye.
I also take up group discussion and interview skills as per the industry norms, not only in ICI, but even IIT. So now, according to the new trends, there is a variation, sir. Like we have a technical group discussion, we have a generic group discussion, then we have an abstract group discussion. Then there is a case study group discussion in which all the blue chip companies which are coming now, they're taking up case studies where you're using as a group discussion. Plus the newspaper group discussion. Now depends, the faculties, are they exposing the students to all? Because that is where the variation in tips can come, ma'am.
Fantastic. So, so you share, now that you have shared that, look, group discussion is not just throwing a topic in the air and then watching people, toss up among themselves. Now the group discussion is little more stratified, and therefore, they are kind of saying, they become a little more smart, saying, give a case study and then say, and then, give a technical thing and then say how good your technical knowledge is. And, because
and so
why do people do group discussion?
Also, there is a confusion. Group discussion, they take it as debate for and against, which it is not. Group discussion is not for and against. So they say, नहीं वो वाला faculty ने debate का बोला था, for भी बोलना, against भी बोलना, जोर से बोलना है. So this is where the tips go haywire, sir.
No, I realize, but then you clarify using your skills as to what is group discussion as per you. And if necessary, get a video where, I always put a video saying that, look, I'm not saying some, some authority is saying.
Mocks. For all the types, I make them do the mocks. 12 people, because that's the minimum.
That is kinesthetic, you're kind of doing a mock so that they kind of demonstrated themselves. But
And
sometimes the video helps.
Yes.
There are some fantastic videos in any subject. A video helps saying, okay, these are the principles. Don't talk before other person completes, so on and so forth. And
so this response was in response to what Richa had just raised. The children come up with answers.
Yeah. Shishivji, you are saying something. I hope now I'm able to lead you loud and clear.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
me, sir.
Yes, sir. Am I audible now? Sir, am I audible now?
No, we can't hear him at all.
You can't. I'm not audible.
So get your technology sorted out. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you in the last 10 minutes because I got about 30, 40 minutes and I need to cover one more topic. So I'm moving to, I'm just doing the reverse this time. I'm showing the PPT first and then we will discuss it later. Can you see this PPT, leveraging emotional intelligence in education?
No, sir, we don't see that.
No, it is still on training versus teaching, Subhi. Training versus teaching only.
I don't know how, why this happens.
No, the PPT was visible.
Was visible? Or there's a
It
lag
was.
perhaps? You're getting it now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Visible now.
Leveraging emotional intelligence in education with
Yes.
a black background.
Yeah. So now I'm going into the slide share. I mean, I'm going into the presentation mode because normally there is a lag in Zoom, between me and you. Can I move ahead?
Yes, sir.
Please.
All right. So when we talk of emotional intelligence, this is a fairly new topic, even in management. This has been around for the last, in my opinion, about 20-25 years. And it was always there because after COVID, it has kind of got a huge recognitions in terms of the fact that why our emotions make all the difference to our own well-being and to our own persona and our own impact as a teacher. So while I'm not kind of going too much into the depth of emotional intelligence, I'm going into the depth of why emotional intelligence is extremely important when you teach. What is the impact of emotional intelligence in education? Now, let me kind of, I'll go to the PPT and then I'll ask the question answers here. नहीं तो जो है इस time में the essence won't be kind of covered. This is the agenda: introduction to emotional intelligence, managing your emotions, understanding students' emotions, strategies for cultivating a positive learning environment. The whole idea is that, we said that learning environment, we kind of covered that in a different way, benefits, case studies, and successful next steps. So what is emotion? Emotion is a strong feeling deriving from one's circumstances, mood, or relationship with others. We intuitively know what is emotion. If India wins against Pakistan, we said, okay. But if India loses to Pakistan, that's a different emotion. The city where I grew up, that Saturday game between Mohun Bagan and East Bengal, my God, it falls next day in the office on Monday morning. Or is it Friday? I don't remember. Anyway, so emotions we understand. Strong emotions, passion, emotions, we understand very well. What is intelligence? Intelligence is to acquire, apply the knowledge and skills. Emotion is like an uncontrolled elephant, If you don't use it and control it intelligently, it can destroy you or create some other consequences. Now, what is intelligence? There are 5 forms of human intelligence. For want of time, I'm not doing the Socrates method of teaching, but I'm saying when somebody is very intelligent, so he's very intelligent. So what do you mean? One is his analytical and numerical ability is very high. Most chartered accountants score very high on analytical and numerical ability. Give them numbers and they will quickly analyze and tell you what is the growth percentage, where something has gone up, why something has gone down, which percentage, what, because we are trained to think in numbers. So analytical and numerical ability is one of the forms of intelligence. Hand-eye coordination is another form of intelligence. If you ask me what is the qualifications of Mr. Sachin Tendulkar, we don't know, but we know what he has achieved. So hand-eye coordination is what makes Sachin Tendulkar a Tendulkar. Or a person who wins, they say a person who wins the center court in Wimbledon is as intelligent as a person who wins the Nobel Prize, because it takes so much of arduous effort and training and discipline and skill to get that level of success. The third one is abstraction ability. Painters, musicians. If you ask me what is the qualification of Lata Mangeshkar, you can stop right there. her work kind of says what's the qualification. These are all abstract skills: painting, sculpting, um, music, playing an instrument. But it's a form of intelligence. Information uptake and retention. Your ability to quickly pick up an information. When I'm teaching, when I'm kind of discussing, you're hearing at the same time, you're filtering it and internalizing it. And sometimes when it kind of resonates with your own experience, you say, sir, it's very true. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So information uptake and retention obviously has a medium message. There's a communication. I'm talking, you should be able to understand. If my English is not clear or my English is too sophisticated, then it falls between the cracks somewhere. So that is a form of, most people who come to very well academically are very good in information uptake and retention. The last one is language proficiency. They say to master more than one language other than your mother tongue requires a certain level of intelligence, which when if you go to Europe, you'll find people are speaking 4 languages, 5 languages. People who come from the southern part generally have more than their mother tongue. 2, 3 languages they will know. Definitely they'll know mother tongue, they will know English, they will know the language of the neighboring state, or nowadays almost everybody knows Tuta Futa Hindi. So language proficiency. So these are the 5 forms of intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, and manage our own emotions and emotions of others. So here you see there are, because of our interactions with human beings, we need to know. Acha, ठीक है. So we need to understand and recognize that emotional intelligence is a dynamic thing. By and large, intelligence is at a certain standard level. It doesn't change very much. You know, the salience of movement between intelligence between A and B, or yesterday and today, or between last month and this month, maybe a small delta. But emotional intelligence fluctuates throughout the day. It depends on how your day started, depends on how your day is moving, depends on what is the disappointments or what are the highs and lows that you get. So please understand, emotional intelligence is something which is fluctuating. Now, EI is very crucial in education because it helps teachers build better relationships, manage classroom effectively, and support student well-being. This is the core of today's subject on why EA and education is so critical. The key components of EI, that is emotional, include self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, empathy, and social skills. We will see what they are. You must understand a little bit of physiology. I'll try to keep it very minimal. Emotions arise in the brain based on our feelings and based on our interaction, from what we hear and from what we see. If we every day we see, we hear, and that is how our emotions get churned up. So, the brain has got 3 parts, many parts, as a matter of fact. The prefrontal cortex, there are 9 frontal lobes, that is empathy, insight, response, emotion, body regulation, morality, intuition, fear. All this is in the front part. The limbic part is what gives you a constant dialogue between the things. Fly, run, freeze. This is a stress response. Am I safe? Emotions live here, this part. Just to understand that there are various parts of the brain where our various emotions are stored and brought up and down, like coming from a hard disk. Now, this is Robert Plutchik's wheel of emotions. You see, joy, trust, fear, surprise, sadness, disgust, anger, anticipation. These are the emotions and these are the reactions. When there is joy, there is serenity, there is ecstasy. When there is trust, there is acceptance, and there is love, and there is admiration. When there is terror, there is fear, and there is apprehension. When there is amazement, there is surprise and distraction, and then there is awe. So, this is a psychologist. This is very famous, Robert Plutchik, Plutchik. I'll give you the PPTs. So, every emotion is at different levels. Rage leads to anger, anger leads to annoyance, annoyance leads to contempt, loathing, disgust, boredom, remorse, or sorry, my apologies. Grief leads to sadness, sadness leads to pensiveness, that leads to remorse or disapproval. Rage leads to anger and annoyance, and then aggressiveness. Vigilance leads to anticipation, interest, and optimism. So what his theory was that emotions are like, these are the basic emotions, these are the secondary emotions, these are the tertiary emotions, and this is what they finally relate to. So this is the theory. This is the psychological aspects, but we all understand emotions pretty clearly. Basic emotions, I covered it in the previous center side thing, which is fear, love, anger, sad, happy, disgust, surprise. Basic emotions. So managing your own emotions, uh, practice mindfulness to become aware of your emotional states. Extremely important. More than IQ, EQ is what actually defines you and makes acceptance of people to open up, to trust. As a faculty, it's extremely important that we bring our emotions, positive emotions, to the class. And like somebody had said very clearly, when I see negative vibes, what do I do? You have to recognize the emotions and quickly turn it around to your advantage. Understanding emotions, analyze the root cause of emotions, understand the context, the underlying reasons for your feelings, which can help and address most effectively. So there are 3 steps: recognize, understand, and manage. Managing your emotions, developing strategies as deep breathing, journalizing, talking to a trusted colleague. Journalizing means writing a diary and noting down. You really need to have a release point for your emotions, all of us as human beings. So let's see, how is it significant? 1, emotions enhance communication. You understand emotions help teachers communicate more effectively with students and foster a supportive class improvement. You remember what I said? Fear, this is what it means. You enhance your communication. We are teaching communication skills, but our own communication has to be top of the line if you understand your emotions, and that helps you communicate better with your teachers, with your students, in supportive classroom environment. When the classroom environment is supportive, it becomes very participative, and there is learning from both sides. 2, emotions build trust. When you build the trust, it's very difficult to gain the trust of students in the first half an hour or the first day, but we have to do with what we have. Recognizing students' emotions build trust and rapport, making students feel valued and understood. It's again coming back what I said: respect and fear, and treating them as adults. Third one is improves behavior management. Awareness of emotional states allows teachers to address behavioral issues with empathy, leading to more constructive outcomes. Why are they behaving like that? Yeah, when you're 23, 24, 21, you go back to your own times when you were 22, 21, 23. Because my times was different, but today's age of Facebook and social media, there is going to be a little bit of issues in the classroom when you have the genders mixed. And try to understand and have the empathy, and then figure out strategies how you can bring back the class to the learning environment. Emotions support academic achievement. Emotional awareness can identify, because the moment you become critical, or moment you become uh, judgmental with your class, then it doesn't kind of help the academic environment. There's a typo there, that should be 4. So these are the 4 specific aspects. I will once again repeat that. It enhances communication. 2, it builds trust. 3, it improves behavior management. 4th, it supports academic achievement. Students need to have that net of support so that they know that they are getting encouraged. The more you criticize the student, the more you find fault, the more you're cynical about it, you lost it. Learning doesn't happen there. What are the strategies? Encourage open communication. We have covered that. I'm once again saying that. Encourage open communication. Foster an atmosphere where students feel safe to express their thoughts and emotions. Use active listening and validate their feelings. Extremely important. Implement social emotional learning. Integrate programs to teach students skills like empathy, self-regulation, and responsible decision making. There are a lot of YouTube videos available which teach students how to be supportive. Create a supportive classroom culture. I always tell people, and this was also echoed by one of the participants, that we are not living in a competitive world anymore. We are living in an environment where is collaborative. The more we collaborate with each other, the more we kind of gain from each other. If you recognize that, add inclusivity, address conflict with empathy and fairness, you'll create a supportive classroom culture. I spoke about feedbacks, again coming back. Provide consistent feedback. Offer regular constructive feedback to help students grow academically and emotionally. Of course, in our classes, we get very little time, but within that time, see how much of feedback that you can give so that the student kind of builds on that and you are able to contribute to his own growth. This is a study conducted in UK by Slaus, I don't know how to pronounce his name, and Parker. They find that emotional intelligence in education improves academic performance by 20%. It reduces behavioral issues by 30% and increases student engagement by 25%. So your class, success of your class, success of you as a faculty will depend on how well you use your own emotional intelligence in your teaching. It increases self-awareness, practice self-reflection and actively listen to students. Explore resources. I've given a fair amount of resources here. There are 2 scholarly articles I've given both on EA and education by David Humphrey and Brandes Burkel. Excellent articles. I've given the link out here. And these are all the resources. Emotional Intelligence by Daniel Goleman is a classic volume. Assessing Emotional Intelligence by the Springer series. Harvard Business Review. All this is available in Amazon. All these books are available in Amazon. Emotional intelligence is something which one can keep on learning, and with each conflicting environments, you also kind of grow, and learn from how do we kind of improve on our own emotions, because believe me, emotions make a huge difference. Both you as an individual, your success as an individual, and your success as faculty. And more critically, the emotions that you bring to the class reflects on the classroom environment, reflects on the learning experience, reflects on the person's ability to value himself. We all remember our own school days. You remember the class teacher, not for the good, but for the criticism that he did. Those people who discouraged you in class, those people who said that you will be good for nothing. This is all typical ways of cynicism. But today's teaching methodology has changed drastically. And the reason why we want to give this FDP inputs is that if you're able to kind of internalize what I've been saying from 9:30 in the morning and take it to your students, then it's a great change in the way we conduct our GMCS and OCS. So I have full 20 minutes to answer your questions. Please feel free to ask as many questions as possible. Haji, Sangeeta Dhanraji.
Yeah. With regard to time, our time management definitely is very important. But what about the students? I find that each faculty has a different approach. Some people allow them within 10 minutes if they are on time, they allow. Some people don't allow them for the full class. Some people say, first session I'll allow, second session you can, I won't allow, second session you come. So we have to have a uniform approach because we are in grooming. And and one of the very important aspects of grooming is punctuality. So if you have a uniform approach, the student doesn't get biased with one faculty saying he didn't allow, so I'll give negative feedback. So that happens because it takes as a personal thing. It takes student takes it on a personal level. So this is where I feel it's very important that a uniform approach is adopted. Please give your feedback.
So I have a question for you, Sangeeta ji. As faculty, have you observed them coming half an hour before the time?
Yes, sir. I would say about half an hour before no one comes. People come 10 minutes before. I have
When
seen
the students see you coming half an hour before, rather than 10 minutes
Me
before.
or the students? You're asking me whether I go half an hour before. Sorry.
Yeah, as a faculty. Yeah.
I go generally 15 minutes before. 15 to 20.
Try and make it half an hour before, settle down, check all the environment, check if everything is okay.
Yeah.
When the student realizes that you're coming. See, this is a problem, in the sense that if 80% of the class is on time, just start off. See, even today, I don't know. I'm not able to see the list of participants. When I started, it was 96. Now I'm told it's 220, and everybody knows they signed up for FDP at 9:30. So this is something which we have to live with, and we set the example. I was here at 8:30. I dialed in exactly. I told the BOS, look, at 9:15 I'll do a technology check. Bang on at 9:15 I was there. So it's difficult. I don't really have an answer as to how we will inculcate this amongst the students unless by our own self example. You can tell them that, look, I was half an hour before. You can check up and try to come half an hour earlier. For every meeting, you try to come half an hour earlier so that you have a 15-20 minute for any snafus which will happen in the way, and you're never late for a meeting. Yes, Dr. Naini Hablani. Sorry, I don't know whether to pronounce it right.
Good afternoon,
Go ahead, ma'am.
sir. It's Sabrani. Good afternoon, sir.
Good
So I had
afternoon.
a question regarding emotional intelligence. Like there is a large outburst nowadays by a large number of influencers regarding, you should let your emotions outburst and take it off, and somewhere emotional intelligence teaches us we should also know how and when to control our emotions. So I believe both these things are contradictory. And
No.
at times when we tell students about it, that, you should have a control over things. On other hand, they are into social media and influencers tell them to, let go of your emotions because that's good for your mental health. So where there is a discretion, when to let go of and when to control those.
Okay, good question. I appreciate that. See, emotional intelligence, moment you say emotional intelligence is how you deal with emotion in relation to others. Your own emotion with the relation to the emotions of others. Okay, so that is where the intelligence comes. Whereas what they are saying is your own, and the last point in my slide, you need a mentor, you need somebody to kind of let out your feelings. That is okay. But moment you are in a setup where you are given you are a faculty and you have students, your emotions and your relationship of the emotions of the class, it's very, very important. If you start screaming, shouting, throwing dusters, nowadays, of course, there is no dusters, but yelling at the class, or, telling somebody get out, or, you kind of, uh, have lost it, as we say, then the class becomes very tense. There's no more learning environment happening there. So when we say emotional intelligence, how you use the emotion in relation to the emotions of others. Whereas the subject matter of what you had submitted was your own individual emotions. Don't get bottled up. Find a counselor, find a mentor, and get it released, which is okay. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Yes, sir, exactly. Because when we tell them to control things, they are into some other world, and they say that, ma'am, you are telling us this to have an idea of others, to have an idea of yourselves, and they are following a set of influencers who say, okay, fine, let go. So I got it where we need to control ourselves.
So you tell them they have fallen under bad influences.
Okay, sir.
Madhuji, I'll come back to you after CA Bhavesh Mahajan. Yes, sir.
So one thing I want to share here is that we have been talking since morning about different aspects of OC and MCS at the same time. But we have to understand one thing, that the students in the OC class are a little bit different from what the students are coming in the MCS class. One of our co-faculty has raised this point also in one of the discussions, that the students who are coming in the MCS class, they are coming with little bit of attitude. We have seen in our classes that the students in the OC class are little bit submissive. They are more of disciplined. They are more ready to listen things and everything. But the students in the MCS class, they are more with their own self-driven attitudes and this thing, and they are little bit more difficult to handle. So as you said about the emotional this thing, just now you told about the throwing duster and all these things. I faced in couple of classes that they were so indisciplined that I have to raise my voice. I have to show them ki okay, who is the this is a class. You cannot just go on roaming here and there just like that. There were some discipline issues, and I have to raise my voice and tell them ki, there is a problem in the class. So at some time we have to take a command and tell the class that the class has to be done in a regulated manner. So sometimes showing the emotions.
Can I answer this?
Sure, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Namaskar. Please, sir. Sure.
Namaste. See, if I am a faculty, first of all, I have to take the position of a mentor.
Right.
Yes.
I have to take the position of a leader. I have to take a position of the captain of the ship.
Yes.
I cannot have a presumption about, this statement that MCS has an attitude and OC. See, now from 1st July 23, the OC students are those who have appeared for intermediate. Now in May, after May 24 exam, this is the first exam where students are much matured even at OC level. They can do their articles and they are full-time students.
Yes.
And slowly MCS student will also be full-time student, because the structure, we must know what is the current structure of the training and admissions and subject. See, I have to raise my bar. If anyone sees that they will get value out of this time for which they have come here, I think the response will be different. The response, in 5-10 minutes, they will know who is this person, what difference this person want to make the life of each one of us. So the faculties can talk to me one-to-one also. I am putting in the WhatsApp group my detail, though I put it various places. And I would love talking to the faculties. I feel when I go to a class, or each participant is a Kohinoor diamond.
Yes.
Each participant has come to class to make the difference in their life by doing CA. They are learners. They don't have any attitude. The attitude is perhaps we see in some time a reflection. So my request to the faculty, we have to raise our knowledge every time. We have to read a self-development book minimum once in a week. We are also starting a webinar on self-development books. We are also starting, continuously we have to upgrade on our soft skills. So my request to, so here the question was from a chartered accountant to my non-chartered accountant faculty. My request is please understand the syllabus, understand the admission system, that after intermediate, they have to pass intermediate and complete OC and ITT. Then only they can start their practical training of 2 years, which is again a full-time practical training. And only after completing practical training, they will come to MCS class. So those who will come to MCS class, maybe November 26 onwards, will be full-time students. And now OC class are full-time students. So we should give the homework every day. We are bringing a system where all the faculties of 15 days should meet in advance, discuss in advance. Once I have taken the session, I should give a feedback to the for the information of subsequent faculties. Currently, there is no coordination. I come on day 9, I am a day 9 faculty. I don't bother what has been covered from day 1 to day 8. There is a repetitions of the contents which irritates the students. I come with a preparation of communication. Somebody may have covered communication earlier. Then I go blank because I know only communication. So this with all apologetic attitude, with humbleness, I am making an appeal to every faculty that we have to become global #1 faculty. We have to, whatever are your, I am prepared to talk to each one of you one-to-one and resolving certain matters where you need my input. And I invite questions, left, right, center, whatever is in your mind, you speak out.
Class, please use this opportunity to interact with CA Dr. Rajkumar Adukia, who's the chairman of Board of Studies.
And I'm always available, but since on this Zoom we are there, you are invited to. And those who are attending online, my request is if you have a time, please attend offline also. We have 3 programs scheduled: Ahmedabad, Jodhpur, Kolkata. And I want faculties to network among other faculties, how we can improve the sessions, what we can do.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please.
Sir, I had sent a person. Sir,
please
can
go
I
ahead.
go ahead? Sir, I'm Manoj Lewis from Mangalore branch in Karnataka.
Okay,
Mangalore
Manoj.
branch.
Yes,
I had sent a
yes,
personal.
Manoj.
I had sent a personal message to you also regarding inclusion of a topic called happiness, because after listening to the sir present a wonderful presentation by Bala sir and all the eminent resource persons here in the group, I believe what I see is beginning with a smile and all those topics were covered, but I think we need to more so that concept of happiness should percolate among our students, because we see all of them very serious. That is what is one of the concerns that I had. That's why I sent a personal message to you as well. If we can include a concept in the curriculum.
What I would
Thank you.
request, every faculty, every day, see what is happiness. Happiness is when I'm 100% enthusiastic, when I know I work on my passion. So every day we should talk, all 15 days. There should be some 15-30 minutes where we talk about memory technique, reading techniques, finding out the passion of a person. And happiness is a product of all this. This is my understanding on happiness.
No, sir, my idea is not to have a detailed concept.
We will take example.
I mean to say, if it is included somewhere in the content, teachers
we will
or the resource persons will prepare on that idea.
Job. we will do our job. My request here is faculty should do their job, and suggestion is well appreciated and noted. Any other question?
May I, may I, may I please? Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Sir?
Subi ji, आप 2-4 minutes आप लो ना. I'm just settling down in an aircraft.
Yeah, surely. I'll carry on, sir. Carry on. So,
Excluding low market and one. I think it's better I go ahead.
so we had kind of concluded that why your emotions and the emotions in relation to the class both have to be synced to a level where you raise up the emotions of the class to a level where there's a learning environment and there's an enjoyment of joy, which only you can make the difference to that seeker of knowledge. I will never call a person a student as much as the fact that he's a seeker of knowledge, and you as faculty will have to make the difference to both yourself. I repeat this, yourself is also equally important, because with every time we teach, it's an enriching experience. It's an experience which you take to yourself and say, okay, next time when I come, how did this class help me enrich and improve myself? Emotions in education, for that matter in life, but I'll focus only on education, makes the difference. If you use all the techniques that I mentioned in the morning, remove fear from the classroom, give them respect, be open, listen to them. They have something to say. They are a different generation. The more you do all that together, the better the chances that we make that learning experience unique for that student, which is why as a faculty of ICAI, you have that responsibility in crafting the future chartered accountants who are coming through this pipeline. This is what I had to say in terms of EI and emotions. And we talked about adult learning tools. Any questions, feel free, because I got another 5-7 minutes before we wrap up the session at 1:30, unless Dr. Adukia wants to kind of come again. Nandini, tell me.
No, actually, it's not exactly related to this session. What I wanted to say is that, the PPTs and the presentations which we make, they were standardized in July 2016, I think. After that, there's been no revision. I feel that the basic set of PPTs should be same across all centers, so that at a basic standard.
I think Board of Studies have a standardized revised set of PPTs which they are circulating. It will come to you also.
Okay, thank
you. A new one which is almost 600 pages is coming up.
No, the book name, the PPT should be in the CD, should be new, because, so that we can use standard PPTs across. Then we can modify, of course. So it is better to have standard PPTs across all classes. Because earlier in MCS, we had to prepare.
When Dr. Aditya comes, you can say, because this is a Board of Studies thing, but I personally...
No, I'm there.
Sorry.
So,
Dr.
I personally feel to me that at least one set of standard PPT should be there.
Subi, we will do this.
Okay.
This is all available, and Madam
we had it in July 2016. After that, there's
बाबा करेंगे नंदिनी, ये छोटा सा सजेशन के लिए वर्चुअल एफडी की जरूरत नहीं थी. आपने लिखा क्या ऐसा?
ठीक है.
See, सबको ऐसे सजेशन चाहिए जैसे, and there is a email, there is making us accountable, making us responsible. If we don't do, tell us again. Then use the nonsense words. Why you are chairman if you can't do this? Why you are the secretary?
No.
नहीं बाबा, लेकिन कोई नहीं समझता है ना. बाला सुब्रमण्यम जी, कोई अगर प्लेन भाषा नहीं समझता है तो उसको दूसरी भाषा में समझाना पड़ता है. हम जीवन में करते हैं, लेकिन पहले अपने आप को रिस्पॉन्सिबल बनाते हैं कि हमने बका, हमने ईमेल लिखा, तो आप
Yeah, what
एक
Dr.
सेकंड
Aditya
का
is
काम
saying
है
is that
सीढ़ी
use all channels available to you with your suggestions, because the Board of Studies is now very receptive and they are willing to take all your suggestions, but please document it. And then if they don't take it, give them reminders, and it will get done if the suggestion is worth implementing. Otherwise, they will revert back and saying, look, this is not possible at this time. But by and large, they're very, very receptive. Yes, Dr. Kesmani.
It is absolutely a pleasure to hear upon, I would say, Dr. Rajkumar ji as well today present in this hall. My one proposition is that I have also attended many of the FDP programs over this period of time, but never I have experienced sharing of best practices by the different faculties. Although many times it has been promised, but I have yet to see the sunshine of the day when actually the best practices being practiced across the 4 zones are shared, and as Madam rightly pointed out, to have a standardized type of approach rather than completely decentralized, which is going on at present. Thank you.
No, in my view, we don't need a board of studies. We are here, we can just network among ourselves. They have given us a platform of WhatsApp. We just have to use it. Like from today, you say, what is the best practice that you as Dr. Keswani have kind of implemented, and all others will kind of contribute. Because, there seems to be too much of, they will do it, I will do it. No, it is us.
Now the initiative has been taken.
Now the platform is there. After Dr. Adukia has come, he has created this platform. Let us use it. Let us use it for our advantage, and therefore make a powerful force.
I express my gratitude to Rajkumar ji that he has initiated this process now.
Fantastic, sir.
Absolutely, sir. We look forward to it, sir. And I'll see to it that whatever best from my side also of all these years of experience.
Yeah, I know. We are all very senior, so Dr. Keswani, we have
definitely our privilege, Dr. Rajkumar ji. It will be my privilege and honor also to share the best practices.
Dr. Sunil ji and friends, I want to give one or two examples. One is, Mahatma Gandhi, who got a freedom for all of us. He was alone. He was not having any designation. But Swami Vivekananda, he was not having invitation to address Chicago World Religion Congress. He took a decision. I will address. He was not having money to travel there. So I want faculties to take leadership. If leaders, I'll just listen to few others. Nitesh.
Yes, sir.
Nandini, आपका hand lower कर सकती हो. We have heard you. Yes, Nitesh.
Yeah, so, sir, I had been the elected representative at Regional Council, and I have been knowing you for the past, and you have been encouraging the Chartered Accountant fraternity for writing the books and all of these stuff. So, sir, अभी आपको सुनते वक्त में भी मैंने एक चीज अभी सुबह बाला सर से भी मैंने डिस्कस किया था. So, when we are facing behavioral issues amongst the batch of, say, OC students, मतलब these issues we are facing more in OC students, and बाला सर said कि आप उनको leadership के roles दे दीजिए. But sir, अभी जैसे अभी को फैकल्टी ही सेड कि नहीं, मेनी टाइम्स उनको, जैसे अभी आपने भी कहा कि यू हैव टू एक्ट एज अ कैप्टन, और अगर वो सही तरीके से नहीं सुन रहा है तो आपको दूसरे तरीके भी, मतलब यू हैव टू अडॉप्ट द अदर वेज ऑल्सो. तो सर, इफ यू कैन जस्ट पुट अ इनसाइट ऑन दिस थिंग ऑल्सो कि मतलब अगर मान लीजिए बिहेवियरल इश्यूज आ रहे हैं बैच में, तो हाउ टू रिजॉल्व दैट?
Yeah, I'll tell you. See, what we do in a class, समझो कोई 10th bench पे बैठा है, that student is not listening, you can call on the first bench. You can tell them 2-3 times, see, I will not accept this behavior. 4th, 5th time, you can request him to go out of the class. It's a voluntary class. And see, these are responsible students. See, I will not accept, I am interacting now with every batch, possible batch.
Correct, sir.
And I can say they are very decent. We have to create that aura. If Swami Vivekananda is coming, he is having an aura. Nitesh Gupta something happening, like some faculty tells me, in their class there is 100% absenteeism. Why they have selected that class only?
Correct, sir.
We should do our own introspection.
Correct, sir.
I am prepared to talk separately one to one how it can be done, and I can take online that class, that particular class.
Perfect, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Anantara.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this wonderful online FDP. One suggestion from my side or request. Can the local chapter chairman be our first point of contact to pass on messages to you, or we can just go directly to the BOS?
No via, sir. I would like no other intermediary to forward a message to me.
Okay, we'll do
There will
direct.
be a dilution. There will be dilution. There will be delay. This is what is happening. See, what I have seen, there is a fear. We don't communicate to the batch coordinators.
Yes, sir.
We don't put emails. How many emails you have written in since you started taking the OC and MCS? How many issues are?
No, oh, okay, yeah. So many issues, but they never get resolved at the chapter level. So that is what.
No. Chapter level, nahi, Baba. This you should raise it board of studies level, na.
But even that did not happen earlier, sir. But now we are more confident. We'll do it, sir.
Time changes, na. Modi ji abhi aaye hain. पहले कांग्रेस सरकार थी. Yes, Jyoti.
Sir, I'm agree with you. Like they are so disciplined students. Somehow they are really very disciplined. And from the last 6 years, I never feel even a single session that they misbehaved with me or they just had a chat with me. Maybe they are so engaged in their activity, in their working, in their GD, but never I got any such items like. And agree with the sir also that lovebird is also there, but let them accept them as it is and make them busy as much as they can so that they are focused on their working rather than having discussion with their guys. Very simple.
तारे जमीन पर. We should learn parenting. If we want to be a good teacher, we should be a good parent. We should learn that.
Like accept them as their kids and then make them engaged in their activity or in working. They will definitely track on the proper line, as I feel.
मधु जी बताइए.
So first of all, a very big thank you to the Board of Studies for such an initiative and being the first contact point with the faculties. And we had a great session with Balasubramaniam sir. If I may be permitted, I would just like to add something. Like we were talking of emotional intelligence. We were talking of emotional intelligence. So if we could qualitatively and quantitatively assess the faculties as well as the students also on emotional intelligence, say, for example, before I'm starting the class, if I use a tool for the students and I do an assessment and I tell them, okay, this is where you stand. So the retention power will be more because they will know their gray areas or maybe the areas of improvement by giving them a constructive feedback and the importance of EI. Why is it important? Because this is one of the most sought after tools in the 21st century in the industry outside, be it the government sector, be it the private sector. It's even part of NEP, the new education policy, as far as the school teaching goes.
My submission is that EI keeps fluctuating. You see, as I told you, EI is never the same. Your emotions vary with your own interaction, your own state of mind, and therefore, as faculty, we need to come with very clear emotions to the classroom. Otherwise, don't go to the classroom that day. EI, is a much abused word without people don't understand. It's not static like IQ. EI keeps changing. In the morning EI will be different. Afternoon it will be different. So your maturity as an individual, as a professional, as a faculty will depend on your own ability to relate to the emotions of others with your own emotion, which is why EI in education or EI in workplace is important. EI is not a static thing. I told you, no. EI keeps
Even
changing. It
listening
keeps
is not
changing
static
hour to
for
hour,
that matter.
hour to hour. It keeps changing depending on what bad
Even
news, what
active listening is not
disappointments, what
static.
you get on a daily basis as we move along with life. In fact, in advanced yoga theory, they tell you don't read newspapers in the morning. Any newspaper will upset your emotions. Any news in the morning. So they say
Any
don't
negative
read
news.
any newspapers. No, it's not negative. Negative positive is attribute that we give. They said don't read any newspapers because newspapers by definition give you bad news. They don't give you good news. Okay. So your emotion, the reason why I say that is not going to work humbly is emotions keep changing. So you can't measure a person's emotion at one point of time. But yes, then you'll ask me, how do I know what is my emotional state? As somebody had said, how do we create happiness? You come with an emotion which you radiate energy with your passion, with your commitment. I've been talking from 9:30 to 1:30. I still feel I can talk till 6:30 with the same energy. That is what is important.
This shows how passionate you are towards your work.
I'm
You
very
love that
passionate. I'm
work.
very
Yes,
passionate about
same I
teaching.
do, Sheila. Yes. That is the main thing. If you are passionate for your work, for your session, for your class, the students will get involved in that and they will give you 100%.
सुबे जी, पंकज कोठारी
Haji.
जी का सवाल सुनते हैं. हाँ पंकज जी.
Sorry, sir.
नहीं, पंकज कोठारी जी has raised his hand. Coach CA पंकज कोठारी.
Haji, sorry. हाँ पंकज कोठारी जी, बताइए.
You're muted, Pankaj ji. You're muted. Please unmute.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. First of all, thank you so much, Adukia sir, and thank you, Subi sir, for this opportunity. Just wanted to share in line with what ma'am has shared earlier, that mostly in my sessions, I use psychometric test, and particularly emotional intelligence session also we use a test. So that probably helps in a way that out of all the factors, if some of the factors show low score, at least they focus where do they stand. It's like using a thermometer to tell them, okay, you have a fever and then now you need treatment. So that has helped us over years. It has been 21 years in GMCS now. So just simple sharing in connection with what ma'am said earlier. Thank you, sir. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
या नितिन कुमार जी.
जी सर, एक चीज मैं आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूँ. Like what I have found that MCS students, I found them to be more matured, more career oriented, and they are really, I mean, they are in rhythm with us actually, with the faculty. See, the mood swings definitely that affects us, our emotional intelligence. But somehow we have to make them more career oriented, to show them those dreams which they are already seeing about their own future. And once we are able to connect with them, definitely they respond better. So orientation students are really very good, but I found MCS students to be far better as far as their focus for the career is concerned. No, orientation students are basically.
My request, Nitin ji, all faculties is we should stop comparisons.
Absolutely, that is there. It is fine to compare, but MCS वाले cooperate नहीं करते, ऐसा मेरा अनुभव नहीं.
अरे नहीं, देखिए क्या है कि ओसी वाले को भी सीए बनना है.
Correct.
उसका आर्टिकलशिप ट्रेनिंग करना है. और हम कितना दे पा रहे हैं. MCS वाले को कम इनपुट में भी they become happy because on their own they learn. Dream of the world, big achievement which they can do. How they can start visualization, how they can start. See, Subi, you have to take off. My flight is taking off. So
thank you, sir.
I need to.
Thank you. Have a safe flight, sir. Have a safe flight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Aji.
Thank you so much, sir.
Any other
Thank you,
questions?
sir.
Dara Chauhan ji. हाँ जी.
हेलो गुड आफ्टरनून सर
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
सर अगर एफडीपी में हम एक दिन मिस कर दिए वर्चुअल में और फिजिकल भी अटेंड ना हो सके तो क्या अलाउ हो सकता है?
मेरे ख्याल से तो एफडीपी 3 दिन का है, आपको 3 दिन करना पड़ेगा. अगर मिस हो गया तो कहीं और एफडीपी तो आते रहता है ऑनलाइन, फिजिकल भी कर सकते हैं.
लेकिन फिजिकली मैंडेटरी है इसलिए पूछ रहे हूँ.
मैंडेटरी कुछ नहीं है. आपको अगर आपको इम्प्रूव करना चाहते हैं तो एफडीपी जितना आप अटेंड कर सकते हैं उतना आपका नॉलेज बढ़ेगा.
ओके सर.
कोई भी चीज लाइफ में मैंडेटरी नहीं होता.
ओके सर. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir, for a very nice session. Thank you so much, sir.
It's my pleasure and my privilege that Board of Studies had given me this opportunity. I never taken FDP full from 9:30. I just taken about 1.5 hours in Delhi. So for me also it's a fascinating experience doing online and seeing so many people. I mean, I never thought that I will meet somebody of people who are connected with Dunlop here and Shorab Bakshi, Krishna Bakshi I will meet here. So life is full of surprises. So it's wonderful. I think we have overshot the time by 15 minutes.
Request you to kindly share the PPT so that we can recap once again on that day.
I have actually submitted the PPTs to Board of Studies. They will be able to do it. Actually, there was a time when you could send the file, but I don't know how to do it in Zoom. I've forgotten.
No issue. You can share with the admin also. They can maybe they'll share with the PPT.
Are they there? Is Rita ji there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have noted, sir.
If you can just send it to all the participants, because this is basically a learning material. Because I initially
Yes,
did
sir.
a lot of chat and then I used my PPT.
Yes, sir.
So
Ma'am,
since I've
requested to
crafted that
kindly share
PPT
to the
with lot of
Sure,
love and
sure.
care, you can send it to me.
Excuse me, sir.
Otherwise,
Excuse me, sir. So it can be sent on WhatsApp, sir. It can also be sent on WhatsApp.
Yes, yes, I think that would be better because my email ID is also not there. So the WhatsApp group
Excuse
will
me,
be
sir.
very
Now
good.
you can actually post it in the chat box, sir.
chat box mein, acha, one sec. Let me
Chat
see.
box, you can attach it directly.
Yeah, I know. I used to do that in
You can
olden
drop
days.
it there.
Yeah, one sec. If it is possible, then I'll send it. Yeah, it is there.
It is there.
Emoji file. Yeah, sure. मैं अभी भेज देता हूँ.
जी,
Why?
Sir, our gratitude for your august presence in this hot summer of 45 at Delhi NCR and other places. That is more heart redeeming to us than even your PPTs. So I think your aura itself and the presence and also of Dr. Rajkumar ji in between is more than what we could have asked for. And certainly, sir, we would be on your proposition to be a lifelong learner, jab tak hai jaan. We promised that.
Yeah, it's wonderful meeting you up again. It's my privilege.
Thank you, Balasar.
Tandon साहब भी यही है. नमस्कार सर.
Thank you very
भालो
much.
लागलो আমার.
खूब भालो लागलो. And I think after this amazing experience with you, you deserve a big bowl of mango Shrikant from Chitle Bandhu. It was an amazing
Thank you
experience.
so much. I have sent the PPTs. Have people received it? Or I have to do
Okay, we have
something
to
else?
download it. We have to download it.
No, we have not got it. Where is it?
Not
I'm
come.
looking
Yeah,
at
it's
the
going.
chat box.
It's going. It's gone. It's gone.
But I think the two takeaways which I
Let them
take it
do
from
it in the
you,
WhatsApp group. That's easier.
Yes, Tandon sir.
the two takeaways which I learned from you today is that all faculties have to be the role model. And secondly, we have to look our own EI before we try to improve the EI of our students.
That's right.
And the one point of caution, sir, that earlier our PPTs were, it was a very tightly controlled environment by Board of Studies, but now it is a laissez-faire. I don't know where people will stop, because the majority of the faculties is very, it's on a big spectrum. I don't know how much liberties people would be able to justify and do that. I think this point was raised by Sunil Kashwani also.
True, sir.
And I feel that, there have to be some kind of parameters or the guidelines for that.
Yeah. I think Rita is not taking note of it.
True, sir. Midul Tandonji.
And sir, we have talked about a lot of hope and fear. The whole world is governed by these two sentiments. I personally feel that, the people have to be, our participants have to be very realistic in their hopes and fear. And unfortunately, in many of the people, either the hopes are unrealistic or the fears are unrealistic.
So I get contradictory message that PPT is not received, but it is gone. It is sent in my.
It doesn't matter, sir. We will take care, sir.
Just in the WhatsApp group or something. Don't worry. It'll come up.
Sir, it depends upon where it has gone.
It was an amazing experience with you, Bala. After a long time, I could see you.
Bhalo laglo. Same here.
Vishwan Bhalo লেগেছে, and the session was amazing. And when we met,
Thank you
that
so
time
much.
both of us were young. And
Now I'm also young.
even when age-wise I'm saying, but even I am
That's
also
right.
very young. I do a lot of work, and it is really nice meeting you after such a long time. And it was an amazing session.
Thank you so much. I thank the
would
Board of
appreciate if
Studies.
somebody. Sunil has raised his hand.
For sure, Midulji.
Thank Board of Studies for giving me this opportunity to share my insights. And I presume that even if you have taken 1 or 2, 3 major takeaways, it's time well spent for all of us. Continue your quest for spreading knowledge, and let's conclude today. Thank you so much. Unless you have any more questions.
Thank you so much, Subi sir, for such a detailed deliberations for more than 4 hours continuously.
No, I took a 10-minute break, to be fair.
That break also, I think we didn't give you.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Wonderful session. So much of thought-provoking insights you had shared with us, sir. And respected faculties who have joined today, the same Zoom link you can use for tomorrow and day after also. The session for both the days will start at 9:30 a.m. sharp. So tomorrow, see you all again. So with the same Zoom link, you can join for the day 2 of the session.
Thank you. I mean,
Thank
you
you.
answered my question.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you all. God bless. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Akash.